right, Andrew, this is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, and you are listening to the Midnight Ocean Radio Show right here at www.themidnightocean.com. Some of you might be joining us in YouTube. Thank you very much. If you are listening to the show on YouTube, make sure that you hit that subscribe button. That would mean a lot to us. If you're following us on Facebook Live, we got a very special message for you. Make sure you read that. But we also want to say thank you. Make sure you hit that share button. Tell all your friends and family about us. We would appreciate that as well. And of course, you can follow us on Twitter at the MN Ocean. That's at the MN Ocean. Wow, we got a show on tap for you last night. I do want to give my apologies to Kathleen, who came in yesterday. It was one of those days in which we had multiple computer issues. We are fixing the YouTube feed. A lot of you guys have reported, and we knew this, but it takes a long time to upload a 4-hour video. So we're re-uploading that with its audio in its entirety. We do apologize about that, but we will get that loaded up there for you. It's still working. We started at it about 2 o'clock this afternoon. So I'll just let you know. Bandwidth. It's a lot of video to be thrown up on YouTube. And so for those that don't know, yesterday our video machine that does all the feeds out there to the internet, in the video, the YouTube, Facebook, all of those places, decided it was going to update itself. And when it did, it knocked out one of our sound cards. So we went about 30 minutes of the show without any sound. And we luckily, like I said, and Art Bell once said this is radio. This is not TV. So if you ever experience any audio issues, you can always kick over to the podcast side, which is 100% reliable 100% of the time. And that can be found at themidnightocean.com. That's at themidnightocean.com. Enough of that. Let's get into tonight's guest. This is going to be a fun one. We all have them. Some of us use them more than others. Some of us don't use them at all. I've been accused of that. But on the Skype line, our very special guest, Neil Slade, is joining us here. And we're going to be talking about the power of music and the mind and such. So give you guys a little bit of background on Neil. If you guys have not been following his work, it's pretty prolific, especially when you get into mind, I would say mental gymnastics. And if you're not a fan of good music, that means healthy music, you need to. Maybe after the show, we might convert a few of you. But Neil is an author of 10 books on brain and behavior, including Tickle Your Amygdala, The Frontal Lobes Supercharge Brain Tuning Secret of the Dormant Brain Lab, The Book of Wands, The Brain Magic 2, Creativity from Another Dimension. He is also I've had my coffee. He is also a lifelong musician, composer, seasoned concert performer, and teacher. And welcome to the show, Neil.
Hi.
Hi, how are you, my friend?
Good. That word is amygdala.
Amygdala.
There's the magic buttons inside your brain.
Amygdala. There you go. So I learn something new every day.
Yeah.
That's why I do this show.
Hopefully we'll learn a lot tonight.
And it is about learning. And, I am a neophyte when it comes to a lot of, we all have brains, right? And some of us pollute them. Some of us, grow them. Some of us develop them. I'm kind of a halfway between the polluted and the developed. But since I will tell you something, that since I started to do these shows, I watch a lot less TV. And actually to the point to where we turned TV off in this house. I mean, we don't have any of those cables coming in, and
Sure.
we're doing a lot more reading. And I have been listening something that a good friend of mine and a guest has told me is that when I go to bed at night to listen to brain music. And I've been doing that.
Sure.
And I will tell you, the quality of life has jumped tremendously. And even though I put more and more things in my life as far as tasks, like I'm working 16 to 20 hours a day in some days, I'm not bogged down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
What kind of music do you listen to exactly?
I just go out, I go out to YouTube and I type in brain music.
Oh, well, there's lots of different things. There's different ways that people describe what brain music is. I have my own definitions from what I've seen. So I suppose it would be anything that's good for your brain.
Yeah. I don't listen to heavy metal. I will tell you that. And I don't listen to country or punk or, it's the rhythmic. You know, what I find is obviously the rhythmic music. I do I listen to a lot of the chanting that goes on, a lot of the meditation bells, things like that, things that are calming. If I find that if it starts, how do I say this? If I start feeling energized, obviously my goal is to get rest. So I'll move on to the next one. And I have my little playlist that I put together on YouTube.
Well, my feeling about music and in general, and this comes from a lifetime of being a musician and a music teacher. Anymore, I don't believe that there is it's not so easy to define any particular style of music as being good or bad, or good for your brain or bad for your brain. I believe that every type of music really is energy. It's different types of energy. Sometimes it might be good to listen to some punk rock. It might be good to listen. There's a Japanese group called Baby Metal. These are three young teenage girls who have kind of mixed this Japanese pop genre with heavy metal. And they're tremendous. And I've never been a fan of heavy metal, but I really enjoy this particular group.
Yeah.
There's a certain something that's going on there. I don't like everything that they do, but I like a lot of what they do, which to me is surprising because I'm not a heavy metal fan.
Sure.
But what I tell people when they say, what is brain music? What kind of music is the best music for your brain? And what I tell people is that notice how the music makes you feel.
Yeah.
You can have a piece of music that is good for you that makes you feel good at a particular time and space, but that same piece of music at a different time and space is completely wrong.
Yeah.
And for some people, country music may be tweaking their brain in a way that they need and enjoy and like, but it might be exactly the wrong kind of music for somebody else. So it comes down to what I call brain self-control. You can't let anyone else determine what is good for you. You have to make that determination yourself. You can get clues from other people and suggestions that may be right and it may be wrong. Ultimately, you've got to make that decision for yourself. The main thing is to become sensitive to, in the case of music, sensitive enough to notice what a piece of music is doing for you, and then make that decision whether or not to keep listening or to turn it off or on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's so true because, when I called you earlier, like before I do the show, and you're right, I have different musics that invoke different emotions that get me, like before the show, and I listen, there's 3 artists that I listen to every night before the show. Pink is one. I love her message and her music. I listen to Pat Benatar because that brings me back to, the good old days kind of stuff, and AC/DC, which gets me charged up into the show. And, when you do radio like this and stuff, it's a lot of rhythmic there's rhythm to it. And a lot of people don't realize, you get a microphone and you just talk. That's not it. There is a rhythm that you have to develop. Last night's a great example. The rhythm got blown up, and the show, it took me about an hour to recover from that. But yeah, I mean, I use music as a tool. When I drive, I listen to country music. I don't know why, but I can't listen to country music at my house when I'm sitting around the house. It drives me nuts.
Sure.
But when I'm driving, I think it's the story aspect of country music. I like to hear the stories, just like I like talk radio, when I drive. So.
Well, we did an experiment, and I have a website that people can go to, and they can do the experiment for themselves. The website is music4esp.com, and you can spell 4 with the numeral 4, music4esp.com. And we did an experiment. This was almost 2 years ago, and we had 75 people of all different ages, ranging in age from 10 years old to 82 years old, I believe. And of all different occupations. We had teachers, we had all different kinds of professionals, we had some scientists, we had some doctors, we had some blue-collar workers, we had students, we had retired people. And the experiment was set up to see what kind of effects different kinds of music would have on people and paranormal perception. And if there would be some paranormal types of activities that would result would come about as a result of listening to this music. And it was we used different types of music, and it was very interesting. And you can actually go to that website and listen to the music samples, and also read the comments from the people who were in the experiment. And the same piece of music would affect people in very widely different ways. So, again, classical music isn't necessarily good for you or bad for you. Mm-hmm. It may do different things for you at different times. And the same thing goes across the board. What I like to tell people is if you approach music like food, you wouldn't say that, this is the best, strawberries are the best food for you to eat, or there isn't one food that's the best food. Mm-hmm. There isn't one food that's the worst food. What you want is a variety. The healthiest diet is a diet that has a lot of variety to it. And there's room for Twinkies on occasion and chocolate bars, You wouldn't want to make a steady diet of that kind of stuff. But the important thing is a variety of different things. And music, if you look at music in the same way, I think that's the healthiest way to use music as well. Sometimes you want to listen to rock and roll. Sometimes you want to listen to classical music. Sometimes you don't want to listen to any music at all. That's the best music, is silence sometimes. So to me, brain music is not defined as one particular thing or content or style. It's really how you use music, which is important.
Okay. I mean,
being sensitive to what different music does to you and using the right music at the right time.
That makes a lot of sense. I mean, so do you find that people's state of mind, I want to make sure I frame this question correctly, with its intent. So do you find that the music will lend people to a state of mind, or do you find that the people are in a state of mind and they seek out the music that addresses that state of?
It's sort of a chicken or the egg kind of question. Correct. I think. I think people, as a rule, acquire a taste for music greatly dependent upon what they grew up listening to, what their peer group is listening to. That's probably, it makes more of a determination than anything. What you have been exposed to. Sometimes people will say to me, well, I don't like classical music. And I might ask them, well, what classical music have you listened to? What did you grow up listening to? And they say, well, I never really listened to much classical music. Well, it's kind of like food, if you've never tasted Japanese food before, it's you might not like it upon your first tasting of it, or French food, or whatever that is. So I think I notice kids, because I do teach music lessons. Kids really tune into what their friends are listening to, and they almost automatically, they all kind of gravitate towards the same thing because everybody else is listening to it. And I think that's very true. You have shows like The Voice and American Idol. Well, American Idol is probably not even on anymore. That shows how dated I am. But The Voice, and you have these television shows, and people really enjoy watching these shows and enjoy the singers. Those kind of shows don't do a lot for me, maybe because I'm used to a lot of different kinds of singing. And the singing to me on the TV shows sounds pretty much, it's a very narrow band of style. Yeah. And I don't really get a lot out of that, maybe because I've heard a lot of different kinds of singing in my life, and I've been exposed to a lot of foreign music and a lot of, strange things. So
yeah, I mean, you mentioned it, and that is actually something that I wanted to talk about. Is I have had the fortunate opportunity to travel the world, and I've in many cultures, many different places, and I don't know the languages. Obviously, I don't speak. I have a hard enough time speaking English, let alone some of the other languages. And one thing though is that music, I have no idea what they're singing. They can be singing about Twinkies. Well, I like Twinkies, but they can be singing about whatever. But music, for some reason, when I'm in a foreign country, it still invokes a similar, experience or an emotion in me. And like I said, I have no idea what they're saying, but the music itself.
I know exactly. Yeah, I can relate to that. Absolutely. In the past couple years, I've begun watching a lot of Japanese television online, just because I'm interested in the culture. And what got me interested in that was, I was taking a bath one night, and I had my laptop computer on the toilet bowl, and I watch videos while I'm taking a bath often. And I'm a fan of I've been a fan of Japanese film for quite some time, Japanese animation and Japanese film. So I would just start scouring YouTube, and I typed in Japanese pop music. And I ran across a singer by the name of Carrie Pamu, who in Japan is extremely famous and extremely popular and virtually unknown outside of Japan, although she's building a global fan base, but almost no one in the United States knows who Carrie Pamu was. Yeah. And she doesn't sing in English. Everything she does is in Japanese. And I noticed her big hit video at that point had something like 65 million hits on YouTube views. So I turned it on, and I instantly became a fan of this singer and the music. The music is produced by a fellow named Yatsutaka Nakata, very big producer in Japan, and he writes for several big Japanese groups. And within a short period of time, I had listened to everything this young woman had done. And like you, I didn't understand a single word of what she was saying, but I absolutely loved the music. So there's something about music that is very unique, maybe unique in the same way that art transcends cultural borders and cultural barriers. Even food doesn't work on as big a level as music, I don't believe. I think it's more difficult for people to enjoy foreign dishes than it is for people to understand and enjoy foreign music. Mm-hmm. So there's something about music and art that really sits above all our cultural limitations and conventional, tastes. And I think it's a wonderful thing about music, and really speaks to the importance of music and the effect that it has on us and the effect that it has on our brain.
Yeah. Yeah. And, and I think the fact that you can listen to music in different cultures and disseminate, the effects that it has on you, it goes to the fact that music is a core language. If we want to admit it or not, it's kind of universal in nature.
Yes.
Yeah.
What's kind of music may have, and I had read this opinion that music may very well have predated language in terms of human expression. That language was a outgrowth of music. That songs and musical sounds were made by human beings before language came about. Yeah. And language was secondary to music in that sense.
That's interesting. And, I don't know, maybe I'm throwing it up there at the dartboard, but maybe all speech is music in a sense. Because speech evokes emotion, and, and music in its very simplest form. I'm throwing that out there because there's times where I can listen to a person speak and get the same emotions that I get from a good or a bad piece of music.
Well, one thing that we did in the Music for ESP study, one of the participants had an EEG machine, and he would take brainwave samples when he was listening to music. And it was very interesting to compare the brainwaves. The machine would measure alpha, delta, theta, and beta waves. And these correspond to frequency of brain function. The brain will put out electrical signals, and there are different types of signals, different frequencies that the brain outputs while it's functioning. And the EEG machine measures these brainwaves, measures the brainwave output. Now, what was interesting was how different types of music would elicit different types of brainwave signals. But interestingly, when he measured the signals from pop music, and he was using Lady Gaga and Madonna with lyrical content, it was very different output than the instrumental music. And in another discussion that I had with someone recently, we were talking about the difference between lyrical music and instrumental music. And the difference on a neurophysiological level has to do with what part of the brain processes language and what part of the brain processes instrumental music. Instrumental music is primarily perceived by the right hemisphere of the brain. And the right hemisphere of the brain, as a generally speaking, processes information on a global level. In a global fashion, it processes non-verbal types of information. Yes?
Go ahead.
I heard myself there.
Yeah, echo probably back.
A little bit of feedback. Anyway, the right brain processes nonverbal information, spatial information, whereas the left brain will process verbal information. It'll process information in a linear fashion. So the effect of lyrical music and instrumental music is very different.
It's very different.
And I think people will notice the difference when they start comparing the effects of lyrical music and instrumental music.
Well, that's interesting. And let's talk about that when we get back and kind of delve into the effects of music on the brain with our very special guest, Neil Slade. What a, this is peaceful. Talk about music. This is great music here, I think. And but you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and a podcast. We're going to take a quick 4-minute break. When we get back, we're going to continue our conversation with author, composer, teacher, music expert, Neil Slade.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am Jeff Norton, your host of tonight's show. Well, I'm a host of every show. But we only care about tonight's show. Join us here on the web at www.themidnightocean.com, or you can listen to us live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you're into social media, you can also find us out there on YouTube by typing in The Midnight Ocean. If you're watching us on YouTube for the very first time, please hit that subscribe button. That means so much to us. If you're listening to us on Facebook Live, we want to say thank you. But Facebook's batting 100. We have a very special message for you guys on Facebook Live there at the bottom of the show as we continue. We will get disconnected eventually. I will not be able to restart the video feed for some time, so it's better for you to either come to the website at themidnightocean.com or join us on YouTube. The other thing, too, about using or watching us on YouTube for everybody that's out there listening is that is the chat room that I monitor and that I watch during the show. So if you have a question for our guest, and our guest tonight is Neil Slade. If you have a question for Neil, the best place to ask that question is out on the YouTube chat room. You can type your question in there, and we will ask Neil, of course. And also on Spreaker, if you guys are listening to us through terrestrial radio, or you can join us on Spreaker chat room and ask your question there as well. And we will get those over to our very special guest, Neil Slade. So, Neil, right before, we were going on break and you were talking about ESP, and I want to kind of back, since we are a paranormal show. One thing I noticed, have you ever heard the Hue music? The Hue humming?
No, I'm not familiar with what you're talking about.
Yeah, so it's a form. All right, so it's a form of meditation, and basically you use the first two, hue, which is light. The human actually, when you break it down, means light, beings of light. That's what the word humans mean. And so there is a movement where if you go who, I can't do it quite yet. I'm still learning how to do it. But I had a guest on here and we hit that frequency, and it's a particular frequency that you hit. And it does. I mean, you get a tingling sensation. It lights you up. Basically, is how I would equate that. The feelings or the emotions that I got from that is that it's almost like the tingling down your spine. And so I use that at night before I go to bed. I'll listen to about an hour of that, and it is incredible. But I'll tell you, I have yet to be able to do it in the dark. I've not. I have to have some form of light in the room. And the reason being is when I do it, I have a feeling of other beings in the room with me. Huh. Now, how crazy is that? I don't want to sound like the monsters under my bed as a grown man, as a grown adult, but I'll admit that I have not been able to, I'll probably have to talk with Scott, Lemriel, who helped me or turned me on to this chanting. And because I have yet to be able to, I can't do it. I have to have some kind of light in the room when I do it, because I get a sense. And go out to YouTube and just type in Hue meditation, HU meditation.
I will do that. That sounds there's, given the internet, there's so much more channels that we can tune into now. Yeah. And things are developing as we speak, different ways that humans can use their brain that they have not used it before. There's all the traditional methods of meditation that we know of, but there's no reason why there shouldn't be new things that are coming along that people are unfamiliar with or have not tried, and that are valuable tools to taking us to new and different places.
Yeah. Yeah, and this does. I mean, I listen to the Mongol, the monks and everything, and I just, like I said, that to me it's peaceful, but it doesn't invoke the same feeling as doing the Hu chant. Now, I was told that when you can do it yourself, and I've done it on the air with Scott. Scott was on here, Lemriel, and his show. You might want to go back, and about the last 20 minutes, you can actually see me. We videotaped it. And I will tell you, the emotions that it invoked, the feelings was incredible. The fact that I was able, because he was in my ear doing it, on the headset. So I was able to match the tone with him, which, by the way, I play a mean radio. I can't play an instrument in my life dependent on it. And I definitely can't sing, but I was able to match the tone with him. And it was amazing. It was just utterly, utterly amazing. So,
well, since this is on a paranormal network, let's talk a little bit about the music for ESP and how that exactly worked.
Yeah.
One of the things that I wanted to establish was the use of music as by itself, as opposed to being wallpaper. Most people approach music as being wallpaper for other activities that they're engaged in. I'd say people use music 95% as background for doing something else.
Yeah.
They really don't give their full attention to what the music is doing for them, save when you go to a concert. And even at a concert, there's usually so many other things going on, you're still not giving music your undivided attention. You're paying attention to the visual aspect, especially in modern pop concerts. Even if when you go to see a symphony orchestra, you're watching what the musicians are doing. So your attention is divided and not fully upon what the musical vibrations are doing within your brain. So when we set up the parameters for the music for ESP experiment, I said, what you need to do is go to some quiet place, turn out the lights or close your eyes, put on headphones so that 100% you're letting music do its thing and it's not being impinged upon by any other visual stimulation or any other kinds of activity. And by doing that, music becomes a much more powerful device and tool to change how your brain is working and thinking. And it was proven through the results that we got from the people. And it didn't really, we used different kinds of music in the experiment. We used some jazzy music. We used some more classical music. We actually had some rock and roll music in there. We had some guitar music. We had some symphonic music. And what was very interesting about the experiment is I told people not to anticipate anything or expect anything or program, just listen to the music and let it do its own thing. And what was very interesting about the results was that people spontaneously began to have paranormal perceptions. Things like precognition would occur. Things like telepathy would occur. There was a change in dream content that people would the following night. All kinds of different things occurred, but it was spontaneous. All you had to do was listen to the music, and the music did it. The music did it on its own. And I thought that was very, very interesting because as a rule, when people try to invoke paranormal perceptions and things like ESP and telepathy and precognition and so on and so forth, they go through different kinds of, gyrations and exercises. And what I felt was so valuable about this experiment and the results was that you didn't have to do anything. You just listened to the right kind of music, and these things would come out of the blue on their own without any effort on your own part.
So I'm wondering then, is it the actual music? So when like I said before, I go to bed at night, I have a chair in my room, and I'll sit in that chair and I'll listen to the music, and I have, like I said, the hue part kind of freaks me out a little bit because of the fact that I have a feeling that there's other presence there in the room, and I don't know what presence it is. I haven't determined it yet, but I just feel like there's someone else in the room with me when I do that, or something else. The other part of it is I'll do the other chants and the meditations, and I do have a sense of awareness, a peacefulness that comes over me. Is it the culmination of the fact that we're disconnecting ourselves from this technology world? And the fact, because I've heard people who have put themselves in isolation tanks with no music, nothing, have the same kind of effect. So is it the fact that, does the music enhance it?
I think so. Yeah, I think music definitely is a supercharger.
Okay.
I think it's a catalyst. I have been involved with isolation tanks. And for me, the isolation tank experience was very mild compared to sitting in a dark bathroom in a hot tub of water listening to music through headphones. More happens. And I think music itself it produces a type of energy field within the brain.
Okay.
And you can see it on the EEG that the brain is being changed by the music. Music is definitely doing something.
Okay.
And in terms of instrumental music versus lyrical music, well, since lyrical music activates the left part of your brain and will cause an increase in activity in the left hemisphere of the brain, there's something else that prevents. Now, years ago, this goes back to the 60s and 70s, in Bulgaria or Romania, one of those two, I'm not quite sure which, was the birth of a program called super learning. And super learning was an attempt to increase the learning capacity and efficiency of people who were trying to improve math skills and language skills. And what they found was when they listened to instrumental music that was at a metronome pace of 60 beats per minute, and what we're talking about is like the slow movements of concertos, like a concerto being a piece of music that has a fast movement and then a slow middle movement and then a faster end movement. The slow movement being around 60 beats per minute. When they listened to instrumental music at 60 beats per minute, the rate of learning and comprehension and retention soared. And that's why they called it super learning. And they brought that into the United States, and they use that in language schools and in educational programs. And they felt that it greatly enhanced the learning capability. It did something to the human brain, contrasting with having no music going whatsoever, which might be compared in parallel with an isolation tank where there was no stimulation. So when we're talking about paranormal types of perceptions, what you're talking about, typically paranormal perceptions are nonverbal. They're feelings. They're images. Well, when you are occupied by language and verbal content, that changes how your brain is perceiving information. It makes it less sensitive to nonverbal information, which all of the paranormal types, or most of the paranormal types of information, are coming through to you as. So if someone is interested in becoming more sensitive to extrasensory material perception, then my feeling from the results of this experiment would be that you would want to use instrumental music to elicit those types of sensitivities.
Interesting. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get it. And do you think the more complexity of, or should it be simple in nature? In other words, I mean, you talked about the concertos and the ups and downs and and stuff. So should it be rhythmic in nature, or should it be, because I think the hue is like very simplistic, right? It's hue over over a long period of time. And for me, that's what, that fires my brain up. So,
well, I think there's a medium ground there. If something needs to have a type of rhythmic content, in my work, we also use something called a brain radar catalyst, and it's a combination of white noise with natural sound. You know what white noise is?
Oh, absolutely.
Right. If someone doesn't know what white noise is a very chaotic, unpredictable arrangement of frequencies, and what it sounds like is static. It sounds kind of like, it sounds like in between channels on your TV, or the sound that a fan makes, or in a natural environment, it might be the sound of a waterfall. So what I work with is this brain radar catalyst, which is useful in meditation and in aiding concentration. Let's say you have a task to do. Let's say you have to write a paper, or you're writing a book. Okay, for example, you're doing a left brain type of activity. You can use that type of enhanced white noise, or the sound of a brook or a waterfall or even a fan, or white noise itself. That will occupy the right brain and keep that busy, so that the left brain has the freedom to compute and work at a more efficient level. So white noise doesn't have any rhythmic content at all. Now, on the other hand, the super learning, it's important that there is a steady pace. It's, the music is at a walking pace. It goes dum, ba-bum, ba-dum, da-da, da-da. It's predictable. It doesn't speed up and slow down. It's not jarring. It's not syncopated. It's more of a walking pace, and there's something in the regular rhythmic content of that helps your brain to become more efficient at learning and retaining information. Now, when we did the music for ESP experiment, as a rule, all of that music that we used again had a steady beat, and we had some pieces that were faster and some that were slower. And that didn't seem to matter as much, but what was important was that the beat was rather steady. If the beat or the tempo of the music, the speed of the music changed, that would seem to interfere with that ability to bring in this nonverbal, global, extrasensory information. The other thing that I found that was important was a certain level, although the tempo was predictable, it was helpful to have a certain amount of unpredictable melodic content, a certain complexity. If music was too predictable, then you would get bored with it, and it would decrease the amount of sensitivity in that your brain may be perceiving, if the decrease of sensitivity of your brain perception, if it was too predictable. In other words, if you used a piece of music that you had heard 1,000,000 times before, you would get bored with that, and the brain would not be as sensitive to the extrasensory information. On the other hand, if it was too chaotic, then it was too much for the brain. It was providing too much stimulation for the brain. It'd be like being poked with sticks all over your body. There was this relaxed. The goal of the music, in a sense, seemed to be the state of relaxed alertness, which in a way happens frequently in meditative states. In other words, you're awake, but you're not being bored, and you're not being overstimulated. There is just this nice, comfortable zone that you're in, kind of like cruising in a car at highway speed, not too fast and not too slow. Certain kinds of music will allow you to enter this kind of zone, and when you're in that state, that's when the information starts coming through effortlessly and spontaneously. So again, certain pieces of music, the same piece of music would have that function for one individual, but it wouldn't work for another individual. And then for this other individual, another piece of music would work for them, but it wouldn't work for somebody else. So you've got to kind of find what works for you depending on what your goal is. Say, for me, for example, I got turned on to this music for ESP because I was in the bathtub one night with the lights out, and I had a piece of piano music on, and I was just listening to it, and suddenly I was kind of propelled into this enhanced problem-solving state, and I suddenly had insights about a problem that I had been facing for a while. And the solution came to me instantly and spontaneously. It had evaded me during my waking life and during my routine daily activities, but when suddenly I was listening to this piano music in the bathtub with the lights turned out, the answer came to me instantly and effortlessly.
Wow.
And I got out of the tub and I thought, well, that was interesting. Music sort of propelled me into this extrasensory problem-solving state, and I started doing it with different kinds of music. And I found that certain types of music would put me in that state and other types of music wouldn't. As a general rule, my observation, and based on what the feedback that I'd gotten from other people was, instrumental music of a regular tempo that you're comfortable with, but something that had a certain amount of new content to it. And from my knowledge of brain function and neurophysiology and brain function, here's what I think. The most advanced part of your brain is called the frontal lobes. That's the most evolved part of your brain. Humans have the biggest part of their brain devoted to this frontal lobe section. It's the part, you hold onto your forehead with your fingers outstretched. The front third of your head is called your frontal lobes. And the frontal lobes crave, they need new information. And your brain rewards you for new experience and new information. The reason for that is simple. As your brain grows, it gives you the better ability to survive. If you just keep doing the same old thing over and over and over again, you don't acquire new tools to survive. You don't acquire new skills to deal with new problems that come up. So your brain wants you to survive. Nature wants you to survive. So when you have a new experience, you're rewarded with pleasurable emotions, right? When you go on vacation and you go to a new place you've never been to before, it feels good because your brain is growing. You're experiencing something new. You know, when you've heard a new song by your favorite group, you feel great. But when you've listened to that song, 300 times in a row, it's not as much fun as the first few times that you heard it, right?
Sure.
Because it was new at the beginning. So when you're trying to evoke these paranormal sensitivities or enhanced problem solving or enhanced imagination or just plain more pleasure, you have to have this element of new. So in all of the music for ESP experiments, the music was new to people. And I think that's a very important element that needs to be part of this brain music experience.
Okay. Well, and we actually have several questions in the chat room, Neil. When we get back from the break, And it revolves around the ESP, Music for ESP project that you did and stuff. And we'll get those questions answered, hopefully get those questions answered as we return from our break with our very special guest, Neil Slade. Wow, interesting stuff. Learning something new. I hope you guys are enjoying the conversation. I sure the heck am. But we'll return with our very special guest. Answer your questions with our guest, Neil Slade.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
This Week in Your Health Tip of the Week is sponsored by LiverMedic. Head to livermedic.com for health articles, recipes, and supplements. When we typically go to the doctor will recommend that we start eating a healthier diet, which means incorporating more fruits and vegetables and curbing the amount of alcohol and meats that we have in our diet. It is essentially an alkaline diet, but one of the things that is hardly ever mentioned is drinking enough water. Do yourself a favor. In the morning, first thing, drink a large glass of water with a little bit of organic lemon juice in it. It tells the liver to drop the toxins that have been stored in the bile from the night before through the gallbladder into the small intestine and ends up feeding the good bacteria in your GI tract. That's been This Week in Your Health Tip of the Week. Again, visit livermedic.com for healthy articles and recipes and supplements.
This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you are a social networker. You can also follow us on Facebook by typing in The Midnight Ocean. If you're watching this show on Facebook, please share with your friends. And we also have a very special message for you, Facebookers, scrolling across the screen. If you're joining us on YouTube, I want to say thank you. If you're joining us for the very first time on YouTube, hit that ever most important subscribe button. That means a lot to us. And of course, on Twitter, you can follow us on Twitter at the MN Ocean. We don't tweet out things that don't have anything to do with the show. So don't have to worry about getting spam. The only thing that you're going to receive from us is guest information and events on our calendar. Wow, talking about guests on the phone with us tonight, we have music extraordinaire Neil Slade is joining us, and we're talking about the effects of brain music and the ESP project that they have done or that he has participated in. And of course, Neil, we have a ton of questions. Let me get these addressed real quick from people in the chat room. They wanted to know. And I think you kind of answered this earlier where you said it depends on the individual, but some people in the chat room were like, where can they buy music that's going to invoke or is going to enhance their ESP cognitive abilities? Where can they get that music? Have you assembled the types of music that people need to be listening to?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so let me give you two. First of all, go to musicforesp.com.
Okay.
And there's samples of the music that we used in the experiment on that site.
Okay.
But you can also go to my main website, which is brainradar.com. Brainradar.com. And there's hundreds and hundreds of pages on that site that talk not only about brain music, but about brain function in general and brain self-control. Sure. And there's a lot of music that you can get right from the site there. There's a page of music samples. There's also music that you can purchase there. I wrote a book 2 years ago called Brain Tuning. And the book Brain Tuning talks about music for ESP and what are those elements in music. And that book can be purchased on Amazon, or you can get it directly from my website, or you can just go, read. You can just read about it on the website, and that will explain a little bit more about specifically what music that I found in my research, works in that way. I don't claim that the music that I sell is the only music that will elicit ESP, but at least that's a starting point for people. Sure. So if they go to the Music for ESP site, they can, I do sell, I hate to turn this into a commercial.
No, go ahead.
Briefly,
go ahead.
There's a set, there's a brain music, a brain tuning book and music set that people can get, or they can just get the music, or they can just read for free. I really encourage people to go to the brainradar.com site, because you could spend a month on the website and just read to your heart's content all of the information. At last count, I think there was 2,200 URLs, which consists of articles and video and papers and all kinds of things. People can also go to my YouTube page, which is YouTube/Neil Slade, and you can get to that from the website. And I have about 55 videos on my YouTube page, and most of those have music of one sort or another, and a lot of that music was used in the Music for ESP study. So just kind of explore at the musicforesp.com or brainradar.com or YouTube/Neil Slade, and you'll find everything that you need to know about, what kind of music will work to elicit ESP. But as a general rule, let me state that again. Instrumental music that has new content, that you haven't heard before, that will stimulate the frontal lobes, and the frontal lobes are key in being receptive to paranormal perception and sensitivity. If it's the same music that you've heard on the radio a million times before, that's not going to do it for you. If it's classical music that you've heard, that's not going to, it's got to have some new content that stimulates the frontal lobes. And so the music that I put together and that we used in the experiment, I tried to have all those elements that my research has shown, is conducive to this paranormal state that you can put yourself into by listening to music.
Yeah. And I think it's important to point out that if it doesn't work for you the first time, keep trying. Try different music.
Yeah, try different music, and kind of ask yourself, the question: does this music have some new content? Is he relaxing but yet keeps me alert? Have I heard this 1 billion times before? Look at the criteria that I've spelled out in the Music for ESP site and ask yourself, does the music that I'm listening to fulfill that criteria? If it doesn't, well, it didn't work for me, and it didn't work in the experiment. So you might start out with using the criteria that we did in the experiment, and just go to the website for free. Just use the music for ESP.com site music, and just use that as your jumping off point.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, obviously the hue chanting works for me, so I'm going to find things, and that is definitely new. I've never heard of that before, and it's definitely new for me. And that's going to be my starting point, I guess. It's very rhythmic in nature, the way that they do it.
I think what the main thing to avoid is music that is overstimulating. So, for example, we were talking about heavy metal. For me, I would never listen. It's too stimulating. You've got to be quiet to a certain extent to hear information. So if music with lyrical content or music that is too jarring or too excitable, that may be energizing and it may make you feel good, but it's not going to make you sensitive to very subtle information that's coming from the universe, as it were. ESP, telepathy, precognition, these are very subtle types of information that most of the time you don't hear because it's being blocked by all of this, stimulation from TV, from traffic, from your kids crying, from television commercials. You don't hear the extrasensory information because the senses are being overloaded. Mm-hmm. So if you can get to a place where you're not being overloaded with information, but yet you're not being lulled to sleep, then you're going to be sensitive to this extrasensory information.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing that you say that, because especially in this world, I mean, we have so many different stimuli out there, and it's hitting us from all over the place. I had Dr. Mary Wingo on. I'm going to have her back on the show, and she actually studied the effects of stress. And, stress is considered anything from a psychological standpoint or from a physiological standpoint is anything that puts any kind of tasking on your systems, that you're stressing your systems. And, a lot of us think stress is the blowout, the mental blowout that everybody tends to either have or try to avoid through drugs and big pharma. But, in her research, stress is anything. And her research discovered that when people are under stress, their brain becomes malleable. And then, of course, you're more suggestible. They can people can suggest things to you and make you do things. And, that's how a lot of the brainwashing programs and the different, torture techniques are performed. And like you said, the more you detach from all of those stressors, i.e. the world, the more in touch you become in your brain. I've found that, like I said, when I started doing this show a month and a half ago, it led me, obviously I'm not sitting in front of the TV, 6 hours a night or whatever it was. I'm getting ready for the show. And I found that my cognitive abilities has increased dramatically, just by that simple change. And now we're all in here at the Norton household. We dumped the table or the cable TV, everything. It's read a book. You want entertainment. Now we'll watch a movie together as a kind of a family thing, Sandy and I and the dogs. But, now if you want entertainment, I've got a bunch of authors that have sent me books and stuff. And so here, read a book. And it's awesome.
I think in present culture and society, especially in Western society, we are overstimulated. Yeah. So there's this constant input of information and an addiction to it. I see this in my music students, that they have a lack of concentration because they're not being stimulated constantly.
Yeah.
Now one of the things I do with my music students is I have them play along with songs that they can listen to on YouTube, and I teach them the chords and to a popular song that they may like. And they do fine until they start watching the video. And some of them can't keep their eyes off the video. So I've got to take the iPad or the phone or the computer, and I've got to put it face down. I said, don't watch the video, play along with the music. And then they do okay. So, culturally we're being, we've been programmed, to accept a high level of stimulation and advertising and think that that's the norm. And I think it's making people less sensitive and a lot stupider because they don't have this space to think. There's got to be a balance between a reasonable amount of stimulation that promotes and enhances brain function and having too much stimulation that actually reduces the efficiency and the function of the brain.
Yeah, no, I see it. I mean, just look at any modern city. Everybody walking around with their earbuds in their ears and their phones up in their faces. And you're piping it right into your brain.
I have a cell phone and most of the time it's on my shelf at home or at the most in my pocket. And I cannot believe people feel like they have to be online constantly, and they've got to be seeing what's the newest email that I've got and what's going on Facebook, and I think it's detrimental. I have no question about it.
I get, this is crazy because the podcasting is taking over as our primary business, but I do have I want to say my secondary business during the day, and I will get people who will send me emails and then turn around and call me 2 minutes later to say, did you get my email? Seriously, I do. And then, so now what I do in my contracts, unfortunately, it's gotten to this point, and I write this into my consulting agreements, is how many times I am going to have a meeting with them. And a phone call is a meeting. So I actually say, so if the project is X amount of hours long, in those hours, that includes 5 phone calls. So when they call me and ask me, I'm like, that's phone call number 1. And then they go, well, what? And I was like, yeah, that's phone call. It's clearly, I have to do that because they'll send, I have customers who will send an email and 2 minutes later they follow up with a phone call. And it's just, and that's what they've gotten to. I mean, it's just, I don't know. It's crazy. And then they're walking around. They're the guys with their cell phone. And then they tell me, I was just walking to the subway and I typed you a quick text message. I had one guy that did that. I actually fired him as a customer. He would text me and then he would then call me about the text. And then he would be like, well, what are you doing? And finally I just said, look, I have to fire you. I can't do business with you anymore. Cause he had a tendency of wanting to call me at 1 o'clock in the morning as well. And ask questions. Another one of the observations I had about the brain music experiment too had to do with the complexity of the music and the amount of content. And for me, the music that worked the best was cleaner and simpler. When you got into very complex arrangements with a lot of different instruments, with layers and layers and layers of overdubs and things like that, it was not as effective and not as pleasurable to listen to as the music that had more space in it. Miles Davis used to say, I believe space is the place. And I think that's true of music. And as I grow older and become more experienced,
I'm preferring music that is simpler. Yeah. I'd rather have fewer instruments that played something very meaningful and deep, rather than a lot of instruments doing, a lot of stuff that seems to be tripping over its own feet. Yeah. And I think pop music in general seems to adhere to that. And people are drawn to pop music because of the layers and layers and layers. And they do that out of conditioning, out of cultural conditioning, out of commercialization, not because the music is necessarily that fulfilling. I also think that has to do with age of the listener. A younger person will probably appreciate music that goes at a faster pace, that has more layers and complexity to it than an older person. An older person, I think, prefers music that's got a little more space in it, that's got a little more air to it.
Yeah.
As a general rule, I think there's exceptions to that.
Well, no, I can concur with that, because when I was, I put myself, part of my job is I was a DJ. I DJ'd at clubs, at nightclubs and stuff. And I can tell you the dance music, the dance music that I played when I was DJing, and I thought it was cool and exciting and fun and blah, 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 I can't stand to listen to now.
It's a high energy music.
Yeah, it hurts my head. I get a headache.
Yeah, it does a different thing to the body.
Yeah.
So depending on what you want if you want music to energize you, you listen to music that goes at a fast pace and it's got a lot going on.
Yeah.
But if you want something thoughtful and something reflective, well, what's reflective? A mirror. A mirror doesn't have anything on it. A lake is reflective and there's nothing on it. It reflects. There's space. So again, look at what you are trying to accomplish, and then pick the kind of music that's appropriate for that. And I think that'll change as you go through life. You'll listen things that I used to, like you said, things that I used to love when I was, 20 years ago. I never listened to anymore. And even if I heard it, I don't enjoy it as much.
Yeah.
So, you evolve as you grow older and as your age changes. And you find different things work for you differently.
Yeah, that's I'm a great example of that. I was listening to the trance music. We used to call it trance music, and I was like, I can't believe I used to play that stuff. And I used to enjoy it. On top of it, it was one thing to play it to make a living, and there's another thing. I was right down there in the group, dancing with them and enjoying it. But the other part of it too is the environment in which we're in. I do want to kind of switch gears here. Well, it's along the same lines. I want to start. Can you share with us, and I want to make sure I say this right. How does one, all right. So the amygdala. Yeah, amygdala.
The medulla is a different part of the brain.
Yeah, the amygdala. So the amygdala, what is it? How does it function in the body? The other part of it is then how, because you wrote a book, Tickle Your Amygdala. So how do we stimulate that? How do we stimulate the amygdala?
Okay, so you have to know a little bit so I'll give you the kind of basic rundown here. All right. I use Paul MacLean's model of the brain. He used to run the Laboratory of Brain Evolution and Behavior back in the 60s. And he was a brain researcher, and he developed a model of the brain, which is a simplified way of looking at brain structure. It just gives you a general overview of the brain. That's what a model is, okay? So there are exceptions to the model, but it gives you a pretty good general picture. So he developed a model of the brain, which he called the triune brain. He said the human brain is really three brains in one. It's this reptilian brain core surrounded by a mammal brain and further surrounded by a new mammal or primate brain. So what I've come up with is an analogy to that. I say the human brain is the triune brain is like an apple. Okay? So the seeds of the apple are like the reptilian part of the brain. The reptile brain is the innermost part of the brain. And the reptile brain basically computes basic survival. That's what it's for. It doesn't really think. It just acts automatically without thinking. It just reacts to the environment. It regulates your heart rate and your body temperature, and it helps you click into self-defense or counterattack behaviors. Just allows you to survive on the same level as a lizard. And that's why Paul MacLean called it the reptile brain, all right? Now, your spinal cord is an extension of your brain stem, of this reptile brain. The spinal cord starts out as this reptile brain in the middle, center part of your brain, like the seeds of an apple, okay? So that's the reptile brain. And we'll get to the amygdala in a second. Now, surrounding the reptile brain, like the core of an apple surrounds the seeds, is what Dr. MacLean called the mammal brain. The other name for the mammal brain is the limbic system. So if you study brain a little bit, maybe you've heard the term limbic system. Now, the limbic system adds on social behaviors and emotions. So if we take an electric probe and we poke the brain with a little bit of electricity and we touch certain parts of this second layer of brain, we may feel emotions come up. Okay, so that it's a development of the brain that allows a more evolved, more complex set of behaviors. Reptiles, they lay their eggs and split. Kids, you're on your own, right? Mammals nurture their young, and they raise their young into adulthood. Reptiles are cold-blooded. When we say cold-blooded, we tend to think no emotions. Well, if you got a turtle or a snake, it doesn't really show happy or sad, just kind of exists. But if you got a gerbil, right, or a bunny or a dog or a cat, they express happiness and sadness. They express fear, and they express, being attracted to something, all right? So the second layer of brain is called the mammal brain, and it allows us to exist on the same level as our, dogs and cats and furry mammals, all right? But we're humans. We're a primate. So the third layer of the brain is an extension of the mammal brain, which MacLean called the primate brain, or the new mammal brain. And it's a much higher development of all these mammal activities. In humans, it's expressed as fine motor control, very fine motor control. It's expressed as the ability to have language, the ability to be able to compute math, to have planning, to have imagination, to have high levels of cooperation. Reptiles don't cooperate with each other. All reptiles do is compute me. They only think about themselves. They don't act together as a social group. Whereas mammals and primates can compute cooperative behavior. Now, in humans, with this primate brain, well, the mammal brain cooperative, in wolves go out in packs. Mammals will act in very rudimentary social groups. But in humans with a highly developed primate brain, well, they have fire departments and schools, right, and police forces, right, and political groups and social action committees. So that's a further development of the old mammal skills in humans. Now, in humans, the first front 1/3 of the brain we call the frontal lobes, and that's where the highest levels of intellect occur in the human brain. So the frontal lobes, that's where imagination happens. That's where planning happens. That's where the highest levels of cooperation happen. That's where empathy and sympathy happen. Now, we know that the frontal lobes are responsible for all of those very high levels of abstract thinking, right, of imagination, because people who have frontal lobes lose all those abilities. And I can hear you have a commercial coming up, so we'll
Fortunately,
get to the initial after your break.
Yeah, we'll have to take a quick break and continue the conversation with Neil. But I was so intrigued that I completely, Neil, missed all the break coming up. Normally I give you a warning, but I was listening to you so intently. But we'll get back, and we're, as Neil explains to us the three brains, and then how we stimulate the amygdala. I'm having a hard time with it. I'm going to get a lesson here one way or the other. But you're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. Join us as we speak with our special guest, Neil Slade.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Midnight Ocean Radio Show and Podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us on YouTube, thank you. Hit that subscribe button. That means a lot to us. If you are joining us on Facebook, make sure you share the show. Don't be selfish. Share it with your friends and family and post it on anywhere. We don't mind. You can download it. You can distribute it all you want to. We're all for that. No copyright strikes here. But on the line, we are talking with our very special guest, Neil Slade, as he sits and teaches me how to say amygdala.
Ah, there you go.
That's it.
Got it.
I had to, there's an old trick. It's here in radio. It's where you spill it out phonetically, and then during the break you say it 1,000 times. That's how we do it here. So yeah, I got it right. Amygdala. I think I got it now. That was my punishment during the break. While some of you guys were getting coffee and such, I was over my head having to say it, a few hundred times. I think I got it, but let's not get too grandiose. I'll probably screw it up again. So right before we were on a break, Neil, you were talking, you were giving the definition of the three brain model, the reptilian.
Yeah. And we got as far as the frontal lobes.
And we got to the frontal lobes. All right.
So we know what the frontal lobes do, because back in the 50s, they used to separate people from their frontal lobes. They called it a frontal lobotomy. And they would actually sever the connections between that front part of the brain and the rest of the brain. Well, what happened was people lost their imagination. They lost their concept of time. They lost their planning. They also lost their pleasurable emotions as a general rule. When you're cut off from your frontal lobes, you're cut off from the most advanced types of brain function. And you're cut off from your paranormal sensitivities and abilities, because those are all generated, and your frontal lobes are a major part of all of those types of things. Now, lower animals like birds and dogs and cats, we know, for example, dogs know when their owners are coming home. So you can have a little bit of frontal lobes going, and you can still have some ESP, when your owner is coming home. But the dogs, they still have a little bit of frontal lobes. You remove the frontal lobes function, you lose all of that paranormal ability and sensitivity. You also lose the ability of imagination, planning. You don't understand cause and effect. You'll end up putting 3 cigarettes in your mouth at the same time, trying to smoke them all at the same time. So all you have to do is look at people that have frontal lobotomies to know what happens when you lose the frontal lobes. When you enhance frontal lobes processes, that's where the treasure chest lies. That's where the jackpot lies. So the trick here is to increase the amount of frontal lobes production, right? Add more frontal lobes activity to what is normally culturally inhibited frontal lobes production. We are culturally conditioned to turn off our frontal lobes. When you watch commercial advertising, they don't want you using your frontal lobes. They want you to react. So they program, they program fear, and they program sexuality, and they want you to go back into the more primitive parts of their brain and spend money on their product without you thinking about it. Politicians do the same thing. They don't want you to think. A lot of them don't. Most of them don't want you to think. There are a few that do want you to think, but most of them don't want you to think. They just want you to vote for them without thinking. Okay? So you don't want to turn off that reptilian part of your brain, because that keeps you alive. You've got to be able to jump out of the way when a truck is, coming down you or someone's coming at you with a baseball bat. You want to be able to just turn and run. Or if you see a snake in the middle of the path that you're walking down, you want to be able to turn and run, right? So you don't want to turn off the reptile brain. You just want to enhance it by turning on more of the frontal lobes. You want to turn on more of the most advanced part of your brain. So the question is, how do you do that, right? That's the big question. How do you turn on more of your frontal lobes? How do you supercharge your frontal lobes? Incidentally, that's the name of my first book, Frontal Lobes Supercharge, right? So the way you do that is you pay attention to this little button in your brain called the amygdala. Now we're at the amygdala. You actually have two amygdala, and they're basically 1 inch inside each temple. You have an amygdala for the right half of your brain, and you have an amygdala for the left half of your brain. You got two of them, just like you got 2 ears and 2 nostrils and 2 eyes, okay? You got more. It's not like your mouth, where you only have one mouth, right? Or one, well, you can think of other things that you only have one of. But you have 2 amygdala, right? Okay, so the amygdala is the master click switch in the brain, and it has a couple of functions. The main function is it rewards you for advanced brain behavior and thinking, and it discourages you from primitive brain thinking, all right? So, for example, when you are using nothing but your reptile brain, okay, when you perceive a threat, something that threatens your survival, your amygdala, like a gear shift lever, clicks back into rear-wheel drive so you can back up and get out of the way. It gives you negative emotion, and it says, whoa, this is not good for you. So it gives you fear and paranoia, or at the very best, it makes you bored. When nothing is happening, your amygdala gives you boredom because nothing but your reptile brain is turned on. You're like a snake sitting on the rock. Nothing's going on. I'm just baking here in the sun, right?
Yeah.
All right. So your brain, listen, your reptile brain only makes up maybe 10% of your total brain volume. You've got 200 billion neurons in your brain. You have as many connections in your brain as there are stars in the universe. You've got as many possible connections in your brain as there are individual grains of sand on the planet. And you want to use all of them, because if you're using all of those connections, you've got a big, infinite thinking machine. We don't know how much the brain is capable of doing. As far as we know, it has infinite potential, right?
Yeah.
You want to use all of those available connections and neurons. Well, your reptile, if you're only using your reptile brain, if you're clicked backwards in you're only using 10% of your brain. All right? Now, to some extent, you're using all of your brain all of the time, kind of, right? Because all of your brain is active to one extent or another, but we know from brain scans, anybody who says you're using all of your brain all of the time, that is an out-and-out lie. That's a generalization that says absolutely nothing. We know that the brain modulates. We know that the brain changes in relative activity from one moment to the next throughout the whole day. Certain times and at certain moments, you're using some parts of your brain a whole lot more than in other parts. Some parts of the day, some parts of your brain are relatively inactive, while at other parts, depending upon the environment or how you're using brain, a part of your brain can remain very active. That's why brain scanning machines work, because if you were using all of your brain all of the time, there is no brain scanner in the world that would be worth anything, because the whole brain would be lit up uniformly. And it's certainly not. The reason brain scans can work is because they can show you which parts of the brain are more active than other parts of the brain. So it's impossible for you to use all of your brain all the time.
So in a brain, I want to ask you, so in a brain scan, they're actually picking up the electromagnetic activity of the brain.
It depends on the type. It depends on the type of brain scan.
Sure.
So what's called an fMRI, which is functional magnetic resonance imagery, that uses a magnet, and it's picking up the electrochemical activity within it's actually picking up blood flow as reflected by, I believe, iron content in the blood.
Okay.
I could have that wrong, but to the best of my recollection, that's technically how an fMRI works. Now, a PET scan is called positive emission tomography. That works differently. That's really looking not at magnetic frequency, but at blood flow. So these are two different brain scans that are picking up different types of things. But as a rule, what they're doing is they're showing what the physical activity is inside the brain.
Yeah, because I always thought those scans were, if they wanted to see, the amygdala, one of them, they just inject a dye that would go to the amygdala and light it up. But you're saying that the way that these scans work is that your brain is sending out these signals, and thus the machine is picking up what the brain is sending out. So, okay.
Well, depending on the brain scan, sometimes you were given an injection which has a low dosage of radioactive material. Sure. Now that enters the bloodstream, and then depending upon which part of your brain is utilizing more blood, that is getting more of this signature from the radioactive injection that you got.
Okay, so more blood, hence more work, hence that
means more activity.
More activity. Okay,
the brain, right?
Okay,
so the way that the MRI, so MRI and PET work a little differently. An EEG is a picking up purely electrical output from the brain. So different brain scans work in different ways, but basically they just show, which, in a relative terms, which part of the brain is more active than other. Now, what they don't show is how much your brain is capable of doing, right?
Yeah.
You can show that a part of your brain is active, but it's only showing you relative to other parts of your brain which are more or less active. It doesn't show you the potential of the human brain. It doesn't show you that you're using 100% of your brain. In fact, Sir John Eccles was a Nobel laureate, and he said, for all we know, the capacity of the human brain is infinite. We don't know how much the brain is capable of doing. So when you have a pop scientist write a book or go on a talk show and say, oh, well, it's only a myth that you're only using 10% of your brain. Well, that's pure baloney. You can't assign a percentage to infinity.
To infinity, yeah.
If the potential of the brain we don't know how much the brain is capable of. Even with brain scans, we don't know what the brain is capable of.
Well, you hear
1% is no more accurate than 10%.
So yeah,
any
because
of infinity.
Yeah, you hear. I was just saying, you hear all the time. Well, we only use 10% of our brain, or we only use. So it's like, how do you figure that?
That's right. That's right. Well, you know what is good about that saying, though? What that saying says to you,
potential,
and it's a folk saying, and it's intuitively correct, because what it's saying is you have a lot more potential than you're making use of.
That's exactly that's exactly what I was thinking, is that there's so much more potential. I have more potential. I have more headroom. Thank you. That's
right. So in that sense, it's correct. Now, in terms of assigning a number to it, that's kind of hedging it.
Gotcha.
But, any percentage of infinity is an infinitely small percentage.
Yeah.
So you could say, well, I'm using 99% of infinity, which is the same as 1% of infinity.
Yeah. Because
it's meaningless. So any scientist or any hot shot with a university degree, that comes along and says, oh, well, that's only a myth that you only use 10% of your brain. You know what? That is no more accurate than saying you're using all of your brain all the time. You got to know the facts. The fact is, we don't know what the brain is capable of. And we also know that the brain modulates in activity from one moment to the next. Sometimes you use more of one portion of your brain. Sometimes you use less of that same portion of your brain. Now, we do know that you can enhance frontal lobes production by how you think. And this has been proven by brain scans. You can make your frontal lobes more active. You can turn on more frontal lobes processes by a lot of different things. Music, there are unlimited types of activities that will turn on more of your frontal lobes. You can guide your brain to turn on more of your frontal lobe processes. Now, the amygdala is key. The amygdala is key. That's why you got to know what this amygdala is. Because the amygdala, as I was saying, it discourages you from using only your reptile brain. So when you perceive a threat, you click backwards into fight or flight, counterattack, self-defense mode. Thinking turns off. Imagination turns off. Planning turns off. Cause and effect turns off. When you are threatened and you click into reptile brain, your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, you go into reactive mode just so you can survive that immediate threat. That's what your reptile brain is good for. But it's not good for long-term, it's not good for planning, it's not good for creativity, it's not good for cooperation, it's not good for empathy, it's not good for any of those advanced brain functions. Now, on the other hand, it's not good for long-term survival. It's only good for very short-term survival. So your brain nature doesn't want you to be stuck in your reptile brain, so it discourages you from being stuck in reptile brain by giving you negative emotion or boredom, right? The amygdala gives you boredom or negative emotion, all right? So when you're feeling bored or you're feeling fear or paranoia, negative emotion, you are stuck in your reptile brain. Your nature is saying, hey, you're only using 10% of your brain. It doesn't want you to stay there. It gives you negative emotion. It discourages that type of thinking. Conversely, it rewards frontal lobes' advanced brain function. So when you use your imagination, when you use your creativity, when you use planning, when you understand cause and effect, when you have empathy and sympathy, your brain gives you pleasure. Because when you are clicked into your frontal lobes, you are turning on the other 90% of your available neural content and connections. Follow?
Roger.
See, now, then your brain wants you to survive. When you're using all of your brain, when you're using the advanced part of your brain, your ability to survive skyrockets. Not only can you survive short term, but you can survive long term. You can help generations after you survive because you can see far into the future. You can plan ahead. You can understand what cause and effect are. And nature wants you to survive. It wants you to use all of your brain, so it will reward you with pleasurable emotions. So when you are clicked forward into your frontal lobes, you feel pleasure. When you are clicked backwards into your reptile brain, you feel negative emotion. Yeah.
So
that's
Neil,
magical feedback, emotional feedback thermometer. That's what your amygdala does.
That's what. All right. So now I got a couple questions for you. So the thing is that if like you said, if I'm in my amygdala, I'm bored. I'm in the reptile mode.
No. If you're in your reptile brain.
If I'm in my okay. So
if
so
your
the amygdala
is turned off. And you're functioning primarily out of your reptile brain.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I guess my question is this, is that when you are in your frontal brain, right?
Yeah.
You're in your higher performing brain and stuff. Do you lose the ability of fight or flight of the reptile brain?
No, not at all. Not at all. What you do is it's additive. You add on. You never shut off your reptile brain. It's going 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay.
It's always going because it's got to keep your heart going. It's got to keep your body temperature regulated. And if you hear a loud noise, you can be dead asleep and you'll wake up because that loud noise is a threat.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that is obviously I'm just going to be blunt here. I know warriors, I know fighters, I know people, and they are definitely reptilian in nature, by just the way that they present themselves and the way they act. And, some would say brash, some would say whatever. It's not someone that you're going to put in a black tie and take to a dinner date, right? And expect them to behave. And then I know the thinkers, the professors, the brilliant, the scientists and stuff. Well, those are not guys that you're going to put on a battlefield.
Right.
So
think about this. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just saying is that there's one, when you develop one, does the other one, but you're saying at a basic level, the reptilian brain's always there. A person who is highly intelligent, still those basic functions of being alert of the surrounding. It's there. It might not be as developed as the soldier, and vice versa.
Well, let me ask you this, okay? Think of the most powerful destructive force that mankind has made up.
Yeah.
What do you think of?
Well, a nuclear
hydrogen bomb,
hydrogen
right?
bomb, yeah.
Well, who made the hydrogen bomb? It wasn't some guy, some big burly guy that was a tough guy. It was a thinker.
It was a thinker, yeah.
The thinker was the toughest, that they made the toughest thing there is. Think about a football game. What team wins the football game? It's not brute strength that wins football games.
Well, it's the one that cheats.
It's the smarter team.
You're right. You're right.
You have to have the brute strength, but you have to have planning. You got to have cause and effect. You got to be able to anticipate the future. So brute strength has its place, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you got to get your exercise. You got to go, you got to do your jogging. You got to do your push-ups. You got to do your exercise, your yoga, whatever. You got to take care of these basic needs. You don't ever, the reptile brain is not a bad thing. What's bad is to exclusively rely on that to solve all your problems. You're going to die an early death if that's all you're using. You got to add on all those other things.
Oh, Roger. Okay. I'm with you. I just wanted to, to see if that was the case. And I see what you're saying. And,
sure.
And that's where the coach, you use your football. That's where they always say the coach is brilliant. Cause I never said it's like, well, the coach is the guy, he's sitting on the sidelines and, but you're right. The coach is the frontal lobe. If you were to break it down, the coach is the frontal lobe and the players are the reptilians on the field.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't even say that about a good player is using his brain. He's
true.
Anticipating. He's thinking. He's
the quarterback. Yeah,
that's right.
Yeah.
Quarterback. Even the linemen, and the defensive players. The best players are the thinkers.
Yeah.
They have added that on to the brutes.
And that now when I run into some of my football buddies and stuff, I'm gonna get. Thanks.
Now the trick is, here's the thing. Now we are culturally conditioned to stay click backwards into our reptile brain.
Sure.
Coca-Cola doesn't want you to think about how much sugar they put in their drink. I'm not knocking Coke because I like to drink Coke, but I'm just saying, commercial society, politicians, people who crave power, okay, they don't want you to think. So what you got to do to really get ahead in this world is you got to turn on your frontal lobe. So the question is, plus we want more pleasure. Life should be fun.
Yeah.
And it will be if you use more of your frontal lobe. So the question is, how do you turn on more of your frontal lobe? Well, you can consciously manipulate your amygdala to tickle forward and to send energy to your frontal lobes. Or your frontal lobes is clicking your amygdala forward so you feel more pleasure. You can actually now most people don't even know they have an amygdala. They don't even think about their brain. They don't think about what their brain is doing. They're just reacting, right?
Yeah.
If you know that you've got an amygdala, you then have your hand on the gear shift lever. You then have your hand on the steering wheel, and you can steer your brain and go any direction that you want to go, right? All right, so the trick is, how do you click your amygdala forward and turn on more of your frontal lobes? Well, there's a million ways to do it, and that's what I've been writing about for the past 35 years, is how do you click your amygdala and supercharge your frontal lobes, right? What we have learned is that you can use thought itself to trigger the amygdala and tickle it forward into your frontal lobe's enhanced function.
Oh,
There's a bunch of different ways to do it. The easiest way.
Well, hold on, Neil. Let's hold that thought. Because we got once again we got to pay some bills around here. I do promise you though that after this last set here, this last break, we got 2 hours free and clear, so we can talk as long as you can say we'll talk as long as you want to, and you just tell me when you want to take a break. But I do apologize, but this is our last set of bill paying. That's how we fund the operation here. But we're talking about Neil Slade here about the amygdala. The switch, how to turn it off and on between your reptilian brain and your frontal lobe. Interesting stuff. I'll be honest with you. I had no idea what the amygdala was. And now I'm learning how to use it. That's why these shows are important.
This is Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Yeah, I don't want to talk over Andrew there, but we're going to take a quick break. When we get back, we're going to continue our conversation with Neil Slade, author, composer, brain expert extraordinaire. So you guys also, I want to read something to you, and then we'll take our quick break. I know a lot of you guys are going, well, he's a musician. What does he know? Well, look, guys, I didn't read this. I failed to mention this. Neil studied and worked for 11 years at the Colorado's Dormant Brain Research and Development Laboratory, established in 1957. So he does know. He's not just a musician, writer, poet, and teacher. There's a lot more to it than just that. But we'll take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll continue our conversation with Neil Slade. right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us here live every weeknight from 2 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. You can also join us on social media at Facebook, YouTube, and also Twitter. All you have to do is type in The Midnight Ocean. That is The Midnight Ocean. You, if you're joining for the first time on YouTube, you can hit that subscribe button. That would mean so much to us. We'd appreciate it very much. If you're listening to us on Facebook, make sure that you send out shares to all your friends and family. Let us know that there is an alternative to the boob tube, as my grandmother used to call it, the brain sucking machine. And I'll tell you, we have disconnected ourselves from those machines. And I'm sure that the Tavistock Institute in England is not too happy. For those that don't know, the Tavistock Institute was actually formed by Nazis under Project Paperclip. And they are the go-to organization for advertising and media consortiums to figure out how they can appeal to your reptilian brain and bypass your frontal lobes, which is kind of the conversation that we have entered into with our very special guest, Neil Slade, as he joins us on the line. Hey, Neil, have you heard of that, the institute, the Tavistock Institute in England?
No, I haven't.
They are...
I'm not surprised that it exists.
Yeah. Yeah, they are the go-to. They were formed by, under Operation Paperclip. We got scientists. England ended up getting some of the social scientists. England was fascinated with mass control, how you control a society. They were fascinated. I'm sure every government's fascinated on how Hitler was able to basically dupe so many Germans to go along with his policies. And so England got the social science experts from the Nazi Party, and then of course they started the Tavistock. That's spelled Tavistock Institute, and you will find that they are being used. Almost every ad agency uses their research, and they talk about mass control, mass manipulation, things of that nature, and it is highly sought after if you're in the ad business. I've read their articles on advertising and they have things for podcasters, things that you should and shouldn't do. And it's just amazing. It's utterly amazing. And to hear you talk about the reptilian brain, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're trying to bypass that frontal cortex and appeal to your urges and desires. Crazy stuff. So before we get back into the conversation, one of the questions in the chat room is, does the left and right amygdala, do they have a separate function from each other, just like the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain?
Yes, right.
Okay.
Yes, they do. That's because one is for the left hemisphere functions, one is for the right hemisphere functions. The reptile brain is one piece. Now, the mammal brain and the primate brain are divided into two hemispheres.
Okay.
And the two hemispheres differ in their function in general terms. Although we do know, that if you lose function of one hemisphere of your brain, the other hemisphere can take over that function. But as a general rule, generally speaking, the right brain computes more global types of thinking, non-linear things like art and music, spatial concepts. On the other hand, the left hemisphere is language, it would be math, linear concepts. So they're different. Men tend to be more left hemisphere, women tend to be more right hemisphere. These are just in general terms. So the amygdala on the left, when that is clicked forward, that will reward those more advanced left hemisphere functions, with the right amygdala, it will reward more right hemisphere functions, and probably since the reptile brain is not divided into two, they're going to provide the same type of negative feedback on both the left and right sides. Did what I say make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, for those that are listening, and the left and right hemisphere, how do they function?
What do you mean?
Well, what is the left hemisphere? What is the left hemisphere? What is it known for? What is it typically?
No, that's what I was just speaking of. The left hemisphere is linear types of thinking, language, focusing on a single small focal point. The right hemisphere is more global, non-linear, things like art and music. So that's how those two parts of the brain differ. So if I'm an artist, in general terms,
I got you. So if I'm an artist, I'm more right thinking, and and so then of course the amygdala for the right side would turn that on. Okay. So I think of it like a light switch.
For example, if you consciously tickle your right amygdala, okay, if you stimulate the right amygdala for pleasurable feedback, you're going to turn on those right hemisphere advanced functions. You're going to turn on the artistic side. You're going to turn on the musical side. You're going to turn on the global perception if you tickle your right amygdala, okay? If you tickle the left amygdala, you're going to turn on more of the left hemisphere linear, pinpoint, focus types of functions, the language types of functions, the math type functions. So that's the difference. Conversely, if your right or left amygdala are clicked backwards, they're going to give you that both sides are going to give you that same negative emotional feedback because there's only one reptile brain.
Okay. Now,
so clicking so they're clicked backwards, you're just going to get that self-defense counterattack. And we had an exercise at the Brain Lab where we purposefully clicked backwards into reptile brain, and people would be crawling around on the ground like lizards and snakes.
Wow. Well, let's get to that here in a little bit, but I'm just curious. So, all right. So I am left brain, right? I'm just using this as an example, and I want to increase my right brain capacity, or I want to increase my right brain. Mm-hmm. The way that you can do that by clicking on the right brain's amygdala, right?
Yes.
And that would enhance your creativity.
Exactly. Exactly right.
Okay.
So the easiest way. So the question is, how do I do it?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Yeah, what light switch? What room do I reach into and flip?
Okay, so first of all, you want to know about where your amygdala are.
Sure.
So they're approximately 1 inch inside each temple. They're a little bit higher. They reside about where the top of your ear is, right? A little bit forward. They're between the rear part of your eyeball and your inner ear at about the level of your top of your ear. You can actually go to my website, brainradar.com. And you can see there's many pictures of the amygdala, and you can see exactly where it is and what it looks like. Incidentally, the amygdala is about the size of the tip of your thumb, and it looks kind of like a walnut. Uh-huh. And it comes from the Greek word meaning nut, amygdala, like almond, amygdala, right? Uh-huh. That's where the word almond and amygdala both come from, the Greek word for nut. So it looks like a little nut in the about 1 inch inside each temple. So if you go to my website, brainradar.com, there's a little box, and it says, I'm trying to think of, there's a site map. Okay. There's a thing that says site map, right? And you can, there's a page that says find your amygdala here. Or you can just type in, find your amygdala here, Neil Slade, or find your amygdala here. Just type in amygdala Neil Slade, and you'll get to that page, or it's neilslade.com/chart.html. Just go to my website.
Yeah, I have, for those that are watching on video, I actually have a picture of the brain with the amygdalas outlined.
Right, yeah. So, and you don't even have to go to my site. There's a million sites that have pictures of the amygdala there. And what's interesting these days, when I go on site and I type in the word amygdala, I see a lot of people quoting me without giving me credit. And they have exercises, how to tickle your amygdala, and they're quoting my books directly, right? Yeah. And I find that a little bit amusing because I've been writing about this for 30 years, right? And my website is 20 years old. So anyway, the idea of tickling your amygdala has sort of gotten its way into the general, consciousness these days.
You've been escalated, as they would say.
I've been escalated. Please give me please credit me.
Yeah. For those that don't know what it is, escalator is actually a name of a company. The escalator, because the escalator is, everybody says the escalator now, and it's actually the name of the company that invented it. So yeah, you become common languaged.
Yeah. Anyway, so all right. So all you have to know is generally where the amygdala is. You just have to have a general idea where it is, and then what you do is you can simply use visualization and your imagination to click it into action. So the first thing I tell people is imagine you've got a feather. You're holding a feather in your hand. Some people can imagine this with their eyes open. I can. Some people have to close their eyes to imagine a feather. Some people can't imagine a feather. So I say, get a real feather then. Or make a paper feather out of a piece of paper and draw a feather and cut it out. All right? And then hold it in your hand. Or imagine you have a feather. Now, imagine you can reach in through your forehead, and with the tip of the feather, you touch the front of your right amygdala and go tickle, 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 right? And then reach in through the front of your head and touch the tip of that feather to where that amygdala switch is and tickle the front of your left amygdala. Tickle, 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 tickle. And that's it. That will cause additional electrochemical activity to occur in your frontal lobes simply by that exercise of imagining you're tickling your amygdala. That's the easiest and fastest way to get started. And if you were taking a brain scan of your brain while you do that, you would see your frontal lobes light up, and you'd see increased activity in your frontal lobes. Now, if you tickled the right amygdala, you'd see more activity in the right hemisphere of your frontal lobes. If you tickled your left amygdala, you'd see more activity in your left hemisphere of your frontal lobes. That is the simplest, instant, quickest way to get started to do that. Now, what tickling your amygdala does, and that's what I've been writing about for 35 years, all the different ways you can tickle your amygdala. Now, the Music for ESP study was a way to tickle your amygdala using music, using the right kind of music. So go to my website, you'll read all different kinds of ways to tickle your amygdala and to turn on your frontal lobes and supercharge your frontal lobes and turn on all those goodies that are waiting for you in your frontal lobes. There's all kinds of ways to do it. That's the easiest, quickest way to get started.
Wow. All right. So now I've turned this light switch on, right? I've got my amygdala.
Hold on. There's one thing I want to add.
Sure.
So what tickling the amygdala does, it's like turning the key on your ignition. Mm-hmm. The amygdala is like the ignition switch. It's like turning the key. It turns the starter motor on. Now, it's a catalyst. It gets things going. Once you turn the key on your car, you don't have to keep pressing the key. You don't have to keep turning the key. The engine then takes over and it runs, right? That's how your frontal lobes work. By tickling your amygdala, you momentarily click the switch forward, and then that gets gas and electricity into your frontal lobes, and then the frontal lobes kick in and they keep going. Yeah. So people ask me, well, how long do I tickle my amygdala for? And I say, 2 seconds. All you have to do is turn the key, and then the frontal lobes will kick in.
Yeah, you don't want to flood your engine.
Yeah, you're right. You don't just keep turning and turning. You don't do it for 20 minutes. I mean, you can if you want, like a meditation. But, you know, you can tickle your amygdala all different ways. You normally only, you know, when you think about doing it, when you image doing it, is momentarily. It's just so that you get out of being stuck in your reptile brain and you get your frontal lobes going. Does it follow?
Yeah, I'm with you. Now, I guess this is my question, and from a medical standpoint, individuals that are in comas or individuals that are, you know, that are at depleted brain capacity, obviously they're in their reptilian brain. They have basic body function. That's about it. Has there been research where scientists or yourself have tickled the amygdalas in these individuals via, you know, stimula, via, you know, drug, I don't, you know, however you could do it. And have you seen a response, a positive response?
The only thing that comes to mind in terms of that goes, and there was a very famous book and movie in which Robin Williams starred, and it was a book written by Sachs. What was his first name? Oh gosh, mental block. It was about people who were in mental hospitals, and they had become catatonic. And what he found that by giving them L-DOPA, which would plug itself into neurotransmitters in the limbic system, which the amygdala is in the middle of the limbic system, the L-DOPA brought them out of the catatonic coma-like state, and they began to function normally again.
Yeah, that's Awakenings.
Now, eventually, Awakening. That was the movie.
Yeah, great movie.
What was the name of the, what's the author? Oh my gosh, I can't. Sachs was his last name.
I'll pull it up. I have it right here.
Oh, well, it'll come to me anyway. When I'm not trying to think of it, the brain is interesting. It will then come up with the solution.
Well, the screenwriter was Stephen Zillion.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the name of the guy who wrote the book. That was after a book by the brain researcher. And he died recently. Why I can't think of his name now, I don't know. Sometimes the brain just is funny that way. But anyway, so in a sense, you know, part of the brain was clicked forward by the injection of this brain neurotransmitter, and that brought people out of this catatonic state. In terms of, you know, when people are in, you know, comas and such, I don't know. I do know that there have been, you know, there was a fellow that has been, I've been in communication to for many, many years. He lives in New Zealand, and he did a long study with some disadvantaged students and with teenagers that were in depressed states, that were in disadvantaged states, that were troubled teens. And he taught them how to tickle their amygdala. And he noticed, I mean, there was a noticeable change in their behavior and in their general outlook. And, you know, and that was the work of T.D. Lingo for decades at the Dormant Brain Research Lab. He was my brain teacher. He was the one who came up with the idea that you could consciously cause the amygdala to click forward and turn on more of your frontal lobes. You know, he was the first one to suggest that. And for 35 years, he ran the Dormant Brain Research and Development Laboratory, and again, which you can read about and see pictures of and see movies about, T.D. Lingo on my website.
Yeah.
And the author
was Oliver Sacks.
Oliver, that was his first name.
Oliver Sacks.
Oliver Sacks. Right. So, but it had, when you tickle your amygdala, it's a conscious activity that you do for yourself, by yourself. It's not really something that you do for somebody else. Now, you can tickle somebody else's amygdala, but it's not as effective, and it's not designed to be a substitute for brain self-control. Tickling your amygdala is something that you can do anytime, any place for yourself, so that you can get out of that limited self-defeating reptile brain, primitive behavior that kind of doesn't lead anywhere.
Well, obviously the Tavistock Institute knows how to turn it off.
Yeah, right. They want to. Yeah, they want to turn off your frontal lobe.
Yeah, they figured that out. I mean, so and they're doing it through television, or they're doing it through other imagery, and so maybe we just need to find the inverse of that.
Well, the inverse is brain self-control.
Teach
people, yeah, and once you learn how to tickle your amygdala, then you can teach your friends and your family. And then you can go on the internet and host podcasts where people learn how to tickle their amygdala.
Well, it's not. I mean, we just showed them. You just told them how to do it.
Well, we've actually given them a couple ways. One is listen to music, and this is what the book Brain Tuning is about: how to use music as a way to tickle the amygdala forward. But any of my books that I've written over the years, as I've explored this topic, as I have for about 30 years now, is, how do we get the amygdala to click forward and to stay clicked forward? And so all of my books have, anywhere from 30 to, 75 different ways of clicking the amygdala forward. And it's easy and it's fun. And it's working because when you tickle your amygdala, not only does your intelligence and your creativity and your pleasure increase. I guess kind of covers it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Intelligence, creativity, and pleasure. What more could you want?
Is there a danger? Possible, especially when you start getting into the metaphysical side of things. Is there a potential danger?
No.
To where people can get lost into this?
No. The only way you get lost is if your frontal lobes begin to shut down. Okay. So when you get lost, first of all, your frontal lobes compute highest levels of survival. It computes cause and effect. It computes planning, right? So if you're computing the best level of planning and cause and effect, well, when you're spending too much time tickling your amygdala, and you should be getting back down to serious work. Okay. When you're concerned with yourself only, when you're only concerned with surviving in only the immediate future, then you're clicking backwards. So you can't click too far forward. You can become super blissed out, at which point you don't want to be driving your car down the highway, right? But if you're truly clicked forward, you know how blissed out you can get in any particular situation without putting yourself in danger.
Okay. That makes sense. I'm just kind of thinking of all the downsides of this, because obviously we're showing people how to do it. And
no, there are no downsides. The downside is when you stop really, you want to have a big global picture, and your frontal lobes allow you to see the big picture. Your reptile brain only allows you to live in the present moment, which isn't bad. You want to be able to live in the present moment, but you also want to see the big picture as well, right? So as long as you're seeing the big picture, you're safe. Yeah. As soon as you start shrinking the big picture and you get into me, and you get into self-defense and counterattack, that's where the real danger lies.
Sure. Yeah. Now, have you seen people who are in this? Well, I mean, we talked about it where you said that you had people that were literally crawling on the floor. Let's talk about that. How were you able to do that?
Well, so at the Brain Lab, now let me explain what the Brain Lab was, because I don't think I went into that greatly. T.D. Lingo dropped out was a teacher. He taught in the public schools, and he dropped out of his PhD program at the University of Chicago because he wanted to set up his own behavior modification laboratory, and he wanted to explore brain and behavior science, and he wanted to do it in the fastest, most cutting-edge way possible. And the university was only teaching him very traditional methods, and he wanted to make discoveries. So he dropped out of his PhD program, and he decided he wanted to set up his own brain lab. And it turns out he went into show business where he could make a whole lot of money really fast, and it's exactly what he did. He got on the Groucho Marx show, and then NBC gave him his own summer replacement TV show, and he made a bunch of money on a game show. And he did that for like 3 years, and then he dropped out, and he bought 250 acres of wilderness 40 miles west of Denver, and that's where he set up his brain lab. And he set it up kind of modeled after Thoreau. You know, Thoreau wrote about living in the wilderness. Carl Jung had a retreat in the Swiss mountains. He wanted a place where people could really concentrate on being themselves, on being who they were without the pollution of the city. And I'm speaking of not only physical pollution, but mostly mental and psychological pollution that comes from the urban environment and being around civilization. He wanted people to get back to the root of who they were. So he constructed a laboratory for brain science at 10,000 feet elevation in the Rocky Mountains. And there's where he built wooden cabins. And for 35 years, people came from all over the world, primarily from the United States, but they would attend what he called his Brain and Nature course. And they wrote to him throughout the year as well. But people would spend 6 weeks up in the wilderness, and they'd pitch tents, and they'd make lean-tos, and there they would study neurology and brain physiology and yoga and meditation and the latest psychological reports and research papers, and they would study themselves. And they would do all kinds of different therapies to discover how they could change their brain and what worked best. Now, one of the things that they would do would be to explore what the reptile brain was. And so to get a feeling of what the reptile brain was, they would deliberately do, you know how we did the visualization of tickling the front of the amygdala? Well, they would do something just the opposite. They would consciously stimulate the backward circuits of the amygdala to increase reptilian brain behaviors. They would deliberately click their amygdala backwards. And when they would do that, they would click into this very primitive reptilian state of mind to where they felt as though they were a snake on a rock or that they were a lizard. And the physical characteristics and behavior would reflect that. So they might be crawling around on all fours on the ground with their tongues flicking in and out. So that's what that was about. There was another exercise called, these are, you can read about these in my book as well. There's an exercise in the Frontal Lobes Supercharge book called Mind Movie Rewrite. And what that is, an exercise in which you deliberately click your amygdala backwards into what I call Rambo's Revenge, where you enhance the reptilian self-defense counterattack behavior. And that's where you remember a repressed trauma memory, where you remember something bad that happened to you, and you get revenge on the person who did that to you, right? You protect yourself by becoming Rambo. You crank up that reptilian self-defense counterattack behavior. So that's step one. But then after you do that, well, step one is you remember the trauma. You remember that, you know, your dad hit you on the side of the head because you didn't take out the garbage, or your teacher at school made fun of you in front of all your classmates. You remember trauma. That's step one.
Yeah.
Step two is you click backwards in the reptile brain and you click on Rambo's Revenge, and you relive the trauma, but this time you protect yourself. You counterattack, and you overcome your adversary. But you're doing it in a reptilian manner. So it doesn't really feel good. It's just It's just like winning a bet. It's just like,
Sure.
When you win a fight, you don't really feel good. I don't know about you, but, unless you're being paid $1 million for being in the boxing ring, when you get a fight with somebody, even if you win, you still feel like crap.
Yeah.
Guys who go to war and kill their enemy.
Yeah, they're not high-fiving themselves when they come back. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not fun, but at least they survive. So that's what step 2 is. That's what click. So you do that to learn what your reptile brain is capable of. So you want to survive. You don't want to be a victim. But that's not the most advanced kind of behavior. The most advanced kind of survival is when you engage your frontal lobes. And that's where everybody wins. That's where you make friends. You turn your enemies into your friends. That's where everybody wins. You figure out a solution in which not only do you survive, but so does everybody else.
Yeah.
So it's where you use love and cooperation. When you click backwards into reptile brain, there's no cooperation. It's just self-defense counterattack. It's me, me, me.
Yeah, which is that's a great observation, and we can look at I don't want to talk politics. It's not that's not the nature of this show, and I think that probably goes back to that whole the Tavistock Institute, because that's what you see on mainstream media is conflict, and there's got to be a winner and there's got to be a loser. You can't have there is no middle ground where we both win. But that's a dead end. That's why you can't stand to watch TV anymore. That's why I can't stand to watch TV anymore. Yeah,
I got to tell you, I watch NHK TV Online, which is a Japanese public television. That's the only thing I watch on TV hardly anymore. And the difference between those broadcasts and what we see on American television, it's like another planet.
Yeah.
It's full of positive information. It doesn't give sugarcoating to everything because it has serious stories on it and it talks about tragedies, but it does so in a way that's uplifting and it shows a way forward.
Oh.
I'd really encourage people to check that out online. NHK World. It's very, very
definitely. I mean, you can go to Canada. I travel a lot up to Canada, and that's the one thing you notice on the news up there. But they're becoming more, what I want to say Western, but more Americanized in their style. But Canada always, their news was always positive. Always positive. About 5 years ago, my wife and I were invited. I was invited to Vancouver to give a series of lectures to a paranormal group up there, and we were just struck. We were almost dumbfounded by the level of friendliness and cooperation and just general mindset of people in Vancouver. It was just a delightful. That's an expensive place, but it was just such a pleasure to be there. Yeah. And the feeling of walking around in the city was just wonderful. And as soon as we crossed the border, and I don't mean to be down on Seattle, but when within minutes of getting into the United States and into Seattle, we couldn't believe it. It was like, oh my gosh, this is so different. Yeah.
It was palpable in the air, the vibe going from Vancouver to Seattle. And I'll never forget that.
Well, like I said, I travel quite a bit to Toronto, and one trip I took Sandy with us, and I told her, I said, everybody here's friendly. I'll just let you know that. And she was like, and sure, because Toronto's a big city, and she doesn't like big cities. When we lived in Chicago, she hated it. She couldn't wait until we got out into the suburbs. And so when we were in Toronto, she was like, "Oh no, another." I said, "No, it's completely different here." And it was funny because people like here in America, I've told this story before, but I'll keep it short. Here in America, people will cut each other off to get in line, like at a fast food place, right? I mean, they do. It's like, oh, you cannot be in front of me. And we were going to Timmy Hortons, and people, it was amazing. People were actually causing traffic jams because they didn't want to cut in front of anybody. Here it's like oh, I got to be first. No one can be in front of me. There in Canada, it was just the opposite. It was hilarious. Everybody was, I had an incident where a guy cut me off by mistake and I got mad at him. And then he was like, I thought we were going to fist the cuffs. And he was like, I am terribly sorry, man. I didn't see it. And it was crazy. It was insane, the level of respect that they had. And, the community, especially Toronto, is diverse in community. I mean, you have basically every nationality right there in Toronto. And I'll tell you, I found myself in the Muslim part of town looking for a store for Sandy. And I was talking to some women that were trying to, because it was a girl's store. So I thought I was going to talk to a female. They weren't disrespectful to me. They weren't mean. They weren't yelling at me, but I had a guy come up to me and said that you can't talk to me. He said, because they'll get in trouble, not you, but they'll get in trouble for talking to you. But they were very polite about it, where, if I was in Dearborn, Michigan, in that part of the area, it would be a completely different story. They'd be throwing rocks at me and stuff like that. So it's a whole different culture. I think, we invent the world in which we choose to live in. And unfortunately here in America, we choose to live in I'll just say reptilian world.
I
for
think
the most
it's
part.
because our culture is not that old in this country. When you go to I guess Canadian culture probably isn't that old either, but it's probably, I don't know, there's something different about it. Maybe, I don't know. I haven't given it.
Well, they're not negative.
Why it's different?
They're not negative. If you look at most of their broadcasting, I can tell you, in their mainstream media, if you look at the majority of their broadcasting, it's pleasant. It's not, I don't even think, in the United States, you can watch TV and you can see all sorts of they're getting to the point now where full frontal nudity is going to be probably mainstream here in the next couple of years. In Canada, no. I mean, you don't see people getting shot and blood and gore and all of that. They don't allow it. They regulate that. Yeah.
Beats me.
Yeah.
Did you have some other questions?
Someone actually asked, have you, let me get up to it here in the chat room. What do you think about the Monroe Institute and Hemisync?
Not much. And I get this question fairly frequently because it's in the realm of brain. And I've tried it and used it and it didn't do much for me. And I've done, I've used a lot of different brain enhancement. I've tried a lot of brain devices, and compared to what I'm able, listen, here's the difference. Your brain, if you just use your brain the way that your brain is designed, it's the most powerful, complex machine that we know of. And it's the machine that makes all of the other machines.
Without the brain. We were talking about it. Besides the liver, it is the only other organ that scientists have not been able to replicate.
No, and that's right. You can't replace it. There's no artificial brain. I mean, you can replace pretty much everything. Yeah. You can even get a liver transplant for that matter, but you can't get a brain transplant, right?
Yeah.
Not yet, anyway.
So what is
you are in your brain. What?
What is the Hemi for those? Because I don't know. What is Hemisync? What is that?
Oh, okay. So it has to do with binaural beats. So what binaural beats is, a sine wave is just a pure frequency. It's a pure tone. It sounds like doo. It's just a sine wave is like a tuning fork note. It's just that frequency. Doo. Okay. So if you play one frequency in one ear, doo, and you play a different frequency in the other ear, doo, and you play them at the same time, they interfere with each other. And so what happens essentially is inside the middle of your head, you hear a change in amplitude or a change in volume. And it's where the peaks of these waves match up with each other. So every once in a while, you get a beat. It sounds like woo, 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 depending on the frequency. And it's a beat. It's a pulse that happens inside your head. because of the interference of these two different frequencies. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That's why it's called a binaural beat. Bi meaning two, neural meaning oral. So you have two different sounds that interfere with each other, and you only hear it inside your brain because one ear is listening to one frequency and the other ear is listening. Well, what's happened was someone decided that this had magical brain properties, and I would guess that it does something to your brain, but to date, people have said it does all kinds of fantastic, wonderful things. And I think most of these claims are probably commercially oriented. It's a way for somebody to make money. Now, I don't know about you, but I get really bored listening to doo for any more than for anything longer than the time it takes to tune up my guitar or my harpsichord.
Yeah.
I don't want to listen to doo no matter what you claim it does for me. If it really did something for me that I thought in a second I'd say, hey, listen to this. This will make your frontal lobes pop instantly. But that hasn't happened for me.
I got you.
And people who say that it's really, I don't know, I guess some people will swear by it. I guess the thing is to try it for yourself. You can go find free binaural beats online and download them. I'd certainly recommend somebody do that before they pay for this stuff. But I didn't find it particularly effective, and I actually found it kind of annoying.
Yeah. Well, yeah, when I do the PFL on my board, on the soundboard, we use the tones to set all of our meters. And I got to the point. Yeah. I got to a point now to where I don't even listen to them in the headset. I thought they were cool. And the pink noise and stuff, I thought it was cool. Now it's like I can't even listen to it. It drives me up the wall.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Now the white noise is a little different for me because that's actually quite a bit more.
Well, that's the white noise. I'm talking about the pink noise. That's the one that gets me. That's a real theta. And that actually leads into the next question. Someone asked, how do you stimulate theta waves in the brain?
Oh, well, okay. So, theta waves, it depends. There's different ways to meditation can increase theta wave production. But interestingly enough, the brain music caused the greatest increase in theta wave production because we analyze theta, delta, alpha, and beta waves. And you can actually, there's a little 10-minute movie that I made, and you can see it either on my YouTube channel or you can go to musicforesp.com. And you can see the actual pictures generated by the EEG machine as people were listening, one person was listening to the brain music supplied, and that increased the theta wave production. And the theta waves have been associated with creativity and my wife is sitting here. She just said happiness. So if you're looking for an increase in theta wave production, go first to the Music for ESP study and try that.
Take a look.
But I'm sure I believe there are certain kinds of meditation that would do that too. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what specific types of meditation, other than listening to the brain music, because that's what we saw happen in that particular experiment.
Yeah. Now this is a strange. Now I'm just going to ask this question because so much of this is based upon sound.
Yeah.
What happens if I have a hard of hearing, or if I have a hearing impairment? Do I experience it differently, or do I not experience this at all?
Experience what?
Well, because we're using sound. Now, obviously, you use the method of tickling the amygdala with the feather, but you're talking about with the ESP. Have you seen that people?
Oh, but that's one out of dozens and dozens of ways to tickle your amygdala, and that particular one uses sound and music. So obviously, if you had a hearing impairment, that way is not going to work for you all that great.
Okay.
But there are so many other different ways of brain self-control that's not even really a major concern.
Yeah, this is just one. Using the sound is just one technique of many.
Yeah.
Many
techniques. And I'm a musician, so I'm drawn to that. But out of the, most of the things that And the brain tuning book talks about music and sound.
Sure.
But all of the other books, as a general rule, most of the methods that I suggest and present don't have anything to do with sound.
Now, was it Bach or Mozart when they composed the symphony was deaf?
Oh, that was Beethoven.
Or Beethoven, yes. I'm not a music guy, but obviously
Beethoven was deaf at the later stages of his life. He wasn't deaf early in his life, but then in his midlife he began to lose his hearing. And by the time he wrote the Ninth Symphony, his most famous symphony, da 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 da, everyone knows that one, right?
Yep.
Not da 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 da. That's number 5. The Ninth Symphony. He was completely deaf, but he could still hear in his inner ear. He could still hear music inside his brain and inside his head. He didn't lose that ability. And if he heard a melody inside his head, he knew what those notes would be on the piano and what to write down on a piece of paper. So that entire symphony was written. He couldn't hear a thing at that point. And at the premiere of that symphony, the audience went crazy. He didn't know it because he was facing the orchestra. The first violinist had to stand up and turn him around to show him that the audience was applauding wildly.
Wow.
He was so deaf. He didn't even realize it. He ended up breaking his pianos because he would pound on them so hard to hear the sound of the piano, but eventually it didn't even matter anymore because he couldn't hear it at all.
Wow. That's crazy.
It's a pretty, when you think about the music that he wrote with that handicap, it's,
Which tells me that sound is only, part of it, right? Sound is the outward expression of the inner.
That's right. It's the superficial. Yeah. Now I've had these frontal lobe dreams where I heard music, where I had, in my sleep, I must have been clicked way forward and I perceived music in my dreams. Now, some of the music, upon wakening, I could remember, and I would go to the piano and I'd write out the melody, and that's happened a number of times. But other music, it was just so amazing. I woke up, there was no way for me to translate it.
Wow.
It was celestial music in a sense, and I'm sure a number of musicians have had that experience where they hear this music that's almost on another level entirely, that you can't bring it into the physical realm, the physical world.
Yeah. Well, and that actually is another question talking about music. Do you find that synthesized, engineered electronic music has a different effect on people versus the natural, the wind instruments and the primal beating of drums?
I think so. And I'm becoming more sensitive to that as I grow older, and my preference seems to be for more natural instruments. And I have got a slew of synthesizers around here and $50,000 worth of synthesizer electronic programming. And, I'm playing the acoustic guitar and piano and harpsichord these days. And, it's not that I don't like. There's a lot of synthesized music I don't like, and I think the reason is, it's not that I don't like all of it. Carrie Pammy, whom I just made note of earlier in the program, and Yatsutaka Nakata in Japan, he writes exclusively using the synthesizer, and I love his music. But as a rule, I only like it in small amounts. I don't like it as a steady diet. And I think the reason is because synthesized music just is not as complex or rich or deep as an acoustic real instrument.
Yeah.
No matter how complex it gets, it's still kind of plasticky. It's not as rich. Just a guitar string has got thousands of overtones to it.
Correct.
It's a very rich sound that, maybe the analogy would be comparing processed food to.
I was going to say like
food.
GMO versus
yeah,
GMO versus
margarine versus butter, or milk versus Cool Whip.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean
real whipped cream versus Cool Whip.
Well,
so no matter how much you try to imitate something, it's still an imitation.
Yeah.
No, I do. I mean, a lot of synthesized sounds are unique and are very interesting. But and I do like using it as kind of like spice, to spice things up, and but as a rule, I guess I'm getting more old-fashioned as I grow older, and I just kind of like, there's something about. Here's the thing. And this is purely from a musician standpoint. When you play an instrument like the guitar or a piano or a saxophone, you are 100% involved in creating that sound, and you feel the vibrations inside your body.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, you're fully involved with it. Now, when you play synthesized music, it's not 100%. You're not making the sound. The electronic device is making the sound, and you're triggering it with your finger on the keyboard, right, or on the keyboard.
Yeah.
But you're removed from it, and it's not as rewarding as playing. To me anyway, it's just not as rewarding as playing a physical instrument. So
no, it was fun. A good friend of mine, Ed Roman, who is a indie artist. We were talking about this, and he likes his synthesizer. He's kind of like you, but he was saying the same thing. The aspect, the physical nature of music, of string or of sax or whatever. There's that organic component to it because you're actually putting yourself into that sound. An E chord on a guitar with your finger and the way you strum it, you're putting yourself into it, and how you hold that E or, lightly or something. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. It's all of your senses at the same time. The other thing is, and as a composer, and a lot of people do this, they use a software and they compose using a synthesizer and what's called virtual instruments. So in other words, these days, there's samples that sound almost identical to any real instrument. They're really, really, really close. So you can press a key on a synthesizer keyboard or even on a computer keyboard, and you can make a sound that sounds like pretty much any sound in the universe now, right? And you press it, and then you can create and record a whole composition, and you can have 1 million different instruments and tracks. And then you press a button and the whole thing plays back to you, right? And you can sound just like the London Symphonic Orchestra just by, because you've done it one track at a time. Or you can sound like Pink Floyd or Led Zeppelin or whoever the latest group is,
Yeah.
And there you go. Just press it and there it is. Well, that's not as a musician, that's not as much fun as just sitting there and playing it live. It just isn't.
Yeah.
And it's not as much fun for the audience either. It's much more fun for, if you were to go to a concert and watch somebody sing to a pre-recorded or synthesized track, that's not going to be nearly as exciting as watching Jimmy Page play guitar on stage or your favorite group. It's much more exciting to see a live band than it is to, unless the band sucks.
Yeah. Well, I'll be the first one to tell you. In my younger years, when I traveled and did live sound, I can tell you I could not stand. Even to this day, if you grab a Ravi Shankar album and play, I can't. I don't enjoy it. But when I traveled and did sound, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was incredible. Obviously I'd sit there for hours as I traveled with him. He did 4 concerts in the United States, and I did his live sound for him.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, I mean, I can tell you, and you're absolutely right. U2 is another good example. I'm not a big fan, but you're right. I mean, I have a story where I met Bono, didn't even know I met Bono. Didn't know who he was because I met with him at the Middle Tennessee State at the university that I was going to school at. And I was not a big fan of U2. Didn't know who they were. I mean, I knew who they were, but to me, that was hippie music. I was engulfed in my young Republican days, and I was setting up, and like I said, I had lunch with Bono and the band. I thought he was a roadie. They had to inform me. They're like, "Hey, how was it?" It's like, "What do you mean, Bono?" It was funny, but
so stuff that you wouldn't want to listen to recorded.
Yeah,
you hear it live. It's like
I loved it.
A whole new dimension.
I can tell you, I haven't listened to a U2 album since, and I have no desire to purchase one, but I absolutely was thrilled by the concert. Just engulfed by it. I enjoyed it. Yeah, the spectacle. I think because you are being, all of your senses are being, if it's not the music, you're watching the video displays. If it's not that, the lighting, all of that stuff.
And I think that's what a lot of people don't realize, as they're growing up, and even after they've grown up, when they're listening to commercial music on the radio, they're listening to a lot. It's like eating processed food.
Yeah.
They don't realize, what they're missing because they're being force-fed this by commercial radio and commercial television, and it's kind of like pablum.
Yeah.
It's pre-digested, and it's all synthesized, and it's all programmed, and it's not as good as you can get.
You're absolutely right. And this is my recommendation for anybody that's out there that's listening. I know that we were talking about the amygdala and tickling that with you, Neil, but more importantly, the music. If you live near a university, that is like the best resource. If you want to listen to some good music, most universities still have music programs and they are relatively cheap. You don't have to go out and listen to the London Symphony Orchestra. You don't have to, that would be cool too, or you don't have to travel to New York or Chicago or whatever. Go out to the local universities. They always have programs that are out there, and support them too, because music is a huge important.
Yeah, here's the other thing. Learn to play an instrument. Well, I think you don't have to be a virtuoso to really enjoy playing. And my wife is a great example of that. she could put down a piano and play something very simple and really enjoy it.
Yeah.
And it's true with most people. You can derive a tremendous, I was just poking fun at her because she's sitting here next to me.
That's fine.
Anyway, you can derive an enormous amount of pleasure and satisfaction and, in fact, tickle your amygdala forward by learning to play a musical instrument. And you can play wrong notes and you can play badly and still really enjoy it. You might not want to play for other people or force other people to listening to it, but you can really get a lot of enjoyment and really stimulate your brain by learning to play and get tremendous benefit from that. And you don't have to be a virtuoso. And, I'd really recommend. They know from studying kids who learn to play a musical instrument do better at all of their subject matters than kids who don't play an instrument.
Yeah.
And what the shame of that is, most public school programs have been, because of budget, have been eliminating music programs because they didn't feel as though it was that valuable. But the converse is quite true. To have music. And you go to other cultures outside of the United States, and music is a big part of other cultures. But here, there is not an emphasis on the creative aspect of creating something artistic yourself. There's more of this consumerism type of angle that, you can listen to it on the radio or on iTunes. Is not as good as if you're making it yourself.
Well, you're absolutely right. And I think part of that, part and parcel, And I don't, want to delve into the conspiracy theory here, but I can see it being viable. The argument being made that the last thing that they want to do is have children who are creative and think for themselves.
Yes.
I mean, let's just be honest with that. I want to ask you this one question. I know it's getting early into the morning now. Someone did ask, I promised I would, ask this question. Are you familiar with the work of Anthony Peake and his research into alternative mental states, mostly associated with OBEs and NDEs?
No, not him in particular.
Okay.
So fill me in. And if you can't,
I can't. They were just wanting to know if you were familiar with those and altered the associations.
What was his name?
Anthony Peake, and his last name is actually spelled Peake. Peake.
Okay.
And
I'll check it out. All I can tell you is, when you get into brain self-control, you can sort of get into these out-of-body experiences, and they become much more accessible to you. And I've had quite a number of that kind of thing happen. I mean, all kinds of very strange things start happening to you when you begin tickling your amygdala. And if you're lucky enough to hang around somebody else who is able to tickle your amygdala, it kind of squares that effect, and you have way more weird things that happen to you. And my wife came to Colorado 5-6 years ago, right? And she was very good at tickling her amygdala, probably more so than me. I got to give her credit. She's an expert at it. And when we got together, things just weird, strange, paranormal stuff just became routine around here because we were just sort of feeding off each other. And so we've had quite a number of things in that kind of category of OBE, out-of-body experience. Oh, Julia, she talks about this we wrote a book together called Brain Magic 2, Creativity from Another Dimension. And she wrote half the book and I wrote half the book. And she talks a lot about her out-of-body experiences, which just way outdo many of the experiences that I had. She's had out-of-body experiences where she has found herself back in her home country of China, where she's from, where she would witness, you know what remote viewing is.
Oh,
right?
Absolutely.
Where she would see things in her hometown in China, then talk to her sister on the phone the next day and verify what she had seen was reality, and that she would have absolutely no way of knowing. She identified new buildings that had gone up, the correct number of stories, that the buildings were abandoned, weird things like that. She had, her section of the book is just filled with all kinds of stories.
Wow.
So if you're lucky enough to find a partner who is into this brain self-control and amygdala tickling, you're likely to see these kinds of things become a daily routine and happen very, very frequently.
Yeah. Any other type of paranormal besides the ND, the OBEs? Any other type of experience? Because I think, like I said, like when I did the Hue, I get a sense that there's someone else in the room with me now. So
yeah, the precognitive stuff just becomes fairly routine.
Okay.
You find, when you tickle your amygdala, you find yourself at the right place at the right time with the right solution, I like to say. That's kind of right place, right time, right solution. That's what your frontal lobes will do for you. And almost on a daily experience, I'm walking around the neighborhood, I'll find something that I'll just run across, something that I need around the house. Just things just kind of land in your lap. That's one thing. I famously talk about our flying broom. I bought some decorative. This is an example of telekinesis.
Yeah.
Objects moving on their own without any physical apparent reason. Years ago, I brought some decorative brooms that a local woodshop maker had made for a Harry Potter exhibit at our local bookstore. And I bought 3 of his brooms and a few of his wands just because I was writing a book about wands. So I wanted these things around to kind of inspire me to keep writing, and I wrote a book called The Book of Wands, and it's about real wands, about real unusual tools. Harry Potter is about pretend wands, batons that you wave and you go hocus pocus and things happen. My Book of Wands talks about real wands and how you use real unusual tools to manipulate the universe and manipulate your world to do things and to go places and to travel and do all those magical things for real. So I bought these fake wands made by the woodshop teacher to inspire me to keep writing my book about real wands. Anyway, long story made slightly shorter. One of my brooms, I hung my brooms up on hooks in my living room. They are securely in these hooks. I mean, you have to really grab them and forcefully push up on them and pull them up.
Sure.
There's no way this thing will come off the wall by itself. Well, we have one broom here, and if you go to bookofwands.com, you can actually see a photo of this broom. It's flown off our wall 8 times. 3 times while we were in the room. Once when we were it's sitting next to my TV. I'm looking at it right now. It flew off the hook while we were looking straight at it. Normally, it'll fly off the hook and land in the middle of the living room, which is about 5 feet away. And it did that twice while both my wife and I were on the couch, having a nap, and woke up by this loud bang, and the broom had flown off its hook. And the last time it happened, we were looking straight at the thing, and it came off the hook. So there's an example of some paranormal weirdness that's happened around us. What else has happened that was interesting?
Now, were you doing the amygdala? Were you tickling your amygdala at the time, or just just being?
Well, indirectly. I was we have a massage table, and my wife was giving me a muscle massage, right? So I was definitely clicked forward. At that moment, and the thing just goes boom! It just pops off the hook. So we don't know why it flies off the room, off the hook. We have no idea. There's no reason. There's no physical explanation for it. It just does it. So it's just one of those weird things. Another strange thing that happened to us one night. Now, originally I had my apartment, and she had her apartment that was 3 blocks away on the same street. So one night, she calls me up. She says, "Neil, I'm going to walk over to your house." And I said, "Well, I'll meet you halfway." So this was 9 o'clock at night. So I come in, I lock my front door, right? And I go out and I start walking down the street, and I'm looking for Julia. And I don't see her. And I get all the way to her house, and I knock on her front door, and I figure she hasn't left yet. Well, she's not home. She's not answering the door. So I walk all the way back to my house. She's standing on my porch. And I said, "Where did you come from? How did you get here?" She says, "I walked down the street." I says, "What do you mean? I walked down the street. I didn't see you." She says, "Well, I didn't see you." So you have 2 people apparently walking past each other on the same street at the same time, and neither person saw each other. We were invisible to each other. We were both walking down the middle of the street. Now figure that out. Now that's a weird paranormal weirdness that to this day, we don't, I wasn't blind. I was looking for her.
Yeah, I mean, you were out looking for her.
How did that happen?
Yeah. That's crazy.
How did that happen?
Now, did you lose time? Did you guys get back and notice that an hour has gone by?
No. We didn't. We weren't kidnapped by aliens.
Okay.
We don't know. No, it was just for some reason we were invisible to each other at that particular moment. We were in parallel universes or something.
Yeah.
We don't know. That's just one. That kind of stuff happens a lot around here. I mean, very highly unusual. Here's another story. This is in the Book of Wands. My student Bobby calls me up and he says, Neil, I need a bicycle. I'm going to Burning Man Festival and I want to get a bike. I don't want to take my good bicycle. I want to just get a kind of a junky bicycle. And will you help? I'm a bicycle mechanic as well. I've been one since I was 15. I fix bicycles. So he says, can you help me? I want to buy a bike on Craigslist. Will you help me pick out one? I says, no, just come on over here. We'll find one for you. And he says, really? I says, yeah. My intuition was telling me I could find him a bicycle.
Sure.
So I says, let's just get in the car and we'll go down the alley and we'll find a bicycle. He says, oh, come on. I says, no, really. I just have a feeling we'll do it. So this is a little bit of precognition, telepathy. We get in the car. I start going down the alleys, and we're about 2 blocks from my house, and we pass this garage, and we notice the guy's got his garage door open. And he's got this thing that looks like a giant caterpillar, and he's welding it together. And we stop, and we say, what are you doing? And he says, well, I'm building a piece of art. I'm going to the Burning Man Festival, and this is my piece of art. And Bobby says, that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
And he says, oh, that's amazing. He says, yeah. He says, I'm out here looking for a bicycle to take to Burning Man. And the guy says, oh, I got one for you. It's right behind that door. And we open the door, and the guy's got a bicycle, like it's waiting there for us.
Yeah.
And so, that's kind of being in the right place at the right time with the right solution. That's what tickling your amygdala is all about. I couldn't prove to him that I was going to find a bicycle, much less find it from a guy who's going to the same festival that he's going to, and it's like 5-10 minutes away from my house, and we knew exactly where to go, but we did.
But you had the faith.
And that's what brains, the thing about tickling your amygdala forward and, the music for ESP experiment, all this stuff, people want to turn on these paranormal powers.
Yeah.
Right? And mostly it's because frankly, I think it's because people are bored. They want to feel special.
Yes.
They want to have some control. So they feel like if I turn on this paranormal ability, I'll be special and and I won't, and it'll be interesting. And I think that's all and good. But what I found is that if you just keep your amygdala clicked forward and keep your frontal lobes turned on into creativity and cooperation, right? Cooperation, that's the big one, and creativity and imagination. All this paranormal stuff happens spontaneously. The more you try to make it happen, the more trouble you get into, and the less it works.
Yeah.
And if you give up the idea of trying to be, if you try to make the paranormal stuff happen, it seems to screw things up.
Yeah. One
way or another. Either you get stuff that you really don't want, or it's more trouble, or it becomes kind of this, it's not as rewarding as just doing what you really want to do. And I think most people really don't want to spend all their time perfecting, this paranormal stuff. It'll happen naturally and spontaneously, and it's actually more fun when it happens on its own accord than when you're trying to, make it happen. And my experience is when you try to make it happen, it rarely happens anyway.
Yeah.
There are some people out there who can turn it on. I'm not one of them, and most people I know are not one of them. But I do know that most people, if you just tickle your amygdala and turn on your frontal lobes, the stuff happens automatically, and you don't have to try to make it happen. It just happens.
Well, yeah, it's neat that you say that, because one of the things, and you're right, and maybe I've been tickling my amygdala for a while, because obviously when you go into podcasting and the radio show starting out, it's like any new business, it's not easy. It's hard financially, and it does those things, you have to, but there's a commitment there. And what is strange is even Sandy even said, well, God provides, right? Don't worry, God provides. And I'll tell you that, every time we've gotten down to where it's to the point now to where we don't even worry about it. I mean, we just, God provides kind of thing. And sure enough, we always get what we need, not what we want. There's a difference, but we always get what we need, when we need it. And it's an amazing thing that happens to us. And that's part of, what happens when you let go and you believe, it's that whole concept, I guess, the secret. And one of the things that I'm doing, go ahead.
Well, this is tied in with the theta waves and the alpha waves. And these are relaxed states of the brain. And so to access these higher levels of creativity and imagination, you want to be in the alpha theta wave state. If you're too relaxed, you go into delta and you go to sleep. If you're too uptight, it's a more of a normal state of mind, and that's beta. But alpha and theta are the kind of relaxed, alert states of mind. That's where the brain is operating a highly efficient level in terms of creativity and intelligence, and experiencing pleasurable types of emotions. And that's when, you fall into these things. That's when things start to work. And that's what the frontal lobes are all about. When you're uptight and stressed out, you're clicked into your reptile brain is clicked into stress and self-preservation. And as you click forward into frontal lobes, you're in a more relaxed state, and it's a less of a trying to make things happen, and then that's when things start happening.
Yeah. It's amazing. And well, the other thing too is I've been doing these. There's times, like they say, you can't change the past, and I don't believe in that anymore, because one of the other experiments that I've been messing with, or been doing, not messing, I'm doing, is where I go back in past where I've created negative karma. And I have corrected that karma in my dream. Sure.
The mind movie rewrite that I was talking about earlier, that's exactly what that's for. That's for changing the past. And you actually change past memories, and in a sense, you're changing the past. You're recreating the past in the way that it should have been done. And that changes how you experience the present.
Yeah. I mean, and that's a great experience. I'll tell people, if you've never done that, just focus on it, meditate on it, go back into the past to a point in your life in which some negativity had, and something that you did, not something negative that happened to you, possibly something negative, and change the outcome of it. And it's amazing. The results of that are just phenomenal. I can tell you firsthand, the results for my life have just been phenomenal.
Well, listen, my throat is starting to hurt.
And we've gone way, way over. Neil, I appreciate it. Once again, we're going to have links to your sites and all of those up on the author's page. But once again, how do people reach you?
Just go to brainradar.com and you go to brainradar.com. You can go to musicforesp.com and spell 4 with the numeral 4. And go to YouTube/Neil Slade, NeilSlade, and just have fun exploring all that stuff. You can spend weeks at my website and all kinds of free stuff and articles and music, and just have a blast. Yeah.
Take care, my friend. And I'll tell you, instead of playing the Hughes tonight, I'm going to be on the ESP.
All righty.
All right. So,
have a good night. Bye, everybody.
Yeah, you too. There you go. Neil Slade joining us. Wow. Tickling the amygdala. This is new to me. I'll be the first one to, I hope it's new to you guys. I hope we are providing you guys, our listeners, new concepts. I mean, the whole reason why we do these shows is to bring non-mainstream ideas to the mainstream. And, maybe they need to be more mainstream. Maybe we need to bring these ideas out there and talk about them more than what we do. That's the goal here. And I've been criticized because of beliefs or guests and things of that nature. And I'll just tell you, our goal here is to bring to you non-mainstream ideas. And then it is your responsibility to take those ideas, the concepts that we bring here. Doesn't mean I believe in every one of them. Doesn't, not at all. It just means that, you got to listen to what your heart tells you is right for you. And that might be one direction today, and in a couple of weeks, it might be another. It might be another. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break here, a few-minute break, and I will reset the lines, and you guys that are listeners will know what that means. We're going to fire up the party line. We're going to give that number out here in a few minutes, and we'll just open up the lines and let you guys we will talk about whatever you want to talk about. It'll be open lines at that point. But like I said, we're going to take a few-minute break, and when we get back, we will open up the party line. Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast as we wind up the evening and head back towards the docks. I just want to say thank you for Neil Slade, for joining us. We'll definitely get links of all of his websites out there. Wow, what a great show. I thoroughly enjoyed this one. Tickling the amygdala. I'm glad I can just say the amygdala. How much did I learn? And yes, that was very quick. That's what happens when you have great guests. We have great shows. So as a promise, I just put up there the two numbers. The first number is area code 267-930-4000. Let me give that number to you again one more time. The area code is 267-930-4000. Then you're going to have to type in the participation code to get access to it. Now, hold on, guys. I got to get there myself. I got to turn the party line on and everything. But the participation code is 1-482-59939. That is 1-482-59939. And like I said, I'm waiting for you if you guys want to join in. There it is.
Access code accepted.
It's accepted.
You're the only participant in this conference.
There you go. if you want to join in, I'll just kind of turn this down here so we have it in the background. I'll see. But if you want to join into the conversation, feel free to do that. I'd love to hear from you. It is open lines here for the rest of the show. This party line's been pretty popular. We've had some great conversations on it. And maybe we need to do that. We'll bring that back. Part of the guys, as we're waiting on the party line, if anybody wants to join, part of our studio upgrade that we're doing is so that we can add a phone line. I know a lot of you guys would love to call in when we have guests. We have two problems, and welcome to the party line, to the Midnight Ocean party line. Just say your first name, where are you calling from?
Debbie, Seattle.
Hey, Debbie in Seattle, how are you? So let me.
I'm being quite entertained.
Are you? Yeah, I didn't see you in the chat room. Is everything okay?
I've been chatting for 4 hours. Are you kidding me?
Chatting where?
On the Midnight Ocean on Facebook.
Oh, on Facebook. I haven't seen normally you're in the Spreaker one. Well, that's good.
I've been doing other things. I can do it this way.
Has anybody been responding back to you?
Huh?
Did anybody?
No, nobody's responding, no.
I was going to say, it's kind of lonely out there, isn't it? You got to, Debbie, you got to get over to YouTube.
All right, yeah.
Don't make me fly out to Seattle and set that up for you.
Well, the way I have my iPad set up, the way I do it this way, if I need to take a real close-up snapshot, I can do it, without running in the house and all that good stuff.
I got you. But yeah, you need to join on YouTube because I always say, guys, ladies, gentlemen who are listening to the show, YouTube, half the show is the conversation that goes on in YouTube. It's amazing. They can't hear my conversation
on that chat?
No, and Facebook, no, because they're two separate systems. YouTube and Facebook aren't going to talk to each other.
Oh, wow.
And then what I do is I watch you when you're on Spreaker, because you've been on Spreaker for a while in the chat room, and I'll just kind of translate for everybody. Yeah, they don't talk to each other. They have no idea. You're missing half the show.
No, I've been listening.
Oh, okay. Well, that's good.
I've been listening and responding, but nobody's out there.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, no one's. I'm sorry, I didn't. I can only watch so many chat rooms, and I can only watch the Spreaker and the YouTube. After that, it gets kind of crazy. I'm already out.
Okay, now I know.
Yeah. So get on.
You never said that.
Yeah, YouTube is the best. I'm telling you, the YouTube is the best. You don't have to worry about ever being disconnected. YouTube is.
No wonder they didn't cut it and just let me keep on rambling.
Yeah,
didn't cut us off.
Facebook, though, I'll tell you, Facebook is actually gone. I'll have to. Well, no, wait. It looks like I'm being disconnected from Facebook. Well, that's all right. We're almost at the end of the show, anyways. But yeah, no, YouTube is very good as far as the quality.
They go gigs up.
Yeah, YouTube or Facebook is like, oh no, we gotta shut this guy off. Got to keep our 100% record of terminating the broadcast before it's over with. But no, yeah, it's very important. Get out to YouTube. Yeah, follow us on YouTube.
It has been crazy outside tonight.
Wow.
Oh.
So your little friends are back?
Are these chats? Are these things I've been sending? Are they savable?
No. No. If you did it on Facebook, they're in what it is Facebook doesn't have a chat, so they're in the comment section of Facebook. So yeah, they're savable. They're out there for everybody to see.
Oh.
On the page.
But you?
What's that?
Is it out there for everybody to see? But you?
No, I can see it when I go to my Facebook page.
Oh, I mean on the show.
No, we can't see it live. I can't see it live.
All right, now I know.
Yeah. Don't, if you want.
That's why they just let me keep rambling on.
Yeah, they'll just let you go on and stuff. But, hey, did you reach out to MUFON?
I did.
Good for you.
I filled out my survey.
Did you? Good. I'll follow up with Kathleen to see if she's got it and if they're processing. I'll reach out to her tomorrow morning. And
well, they sent me a thing saying they received it.
Yeah, but like Kathleen said, she's going to look for yours particular. I gave her your name last night. You didn't see it, but we had a chat window open, and I gave her your name, so she's looking for it. So I'll make sure that she receives it, and then it gets processed correctly. And,
that's cool.
And everything. So, wow. That's, like clockwork. For those that are listening the first time, we got Debbie on the line from Seattle, who is our resident UFO spotter every night, like clockwork. They appear above her house and around her house, and we're helping her with MUFON and different organizations to get out there and get it properly documented. And who knows, Debbie, you might be famous.
It was crazy tonight, Jeff. It was absolutely crazy. I mean, it was like those helicopter things knew they couldn't make that orb leave. They were flying below it. They were circling it. They were going above it and circling. They made the orb like back off twice.
Wow!
But they couldn't make it go away. It was crazy.
I'm telling you, you just got to get
on Facebook. You'll see.
Now, did you take pictures?
No, but I was typing it in as the stuff was going down. It was batshit crazy.
Batshit crazy. Yeah, for those that out there, yeah, it's kind of late, so I don't have to worry about young ears and stuff. But for those out there, we put out a call last night. It was funny, and Debbie's filling that call. We put out a call. We are looking, and if you guys know anything, we're looking for batshit crazy. Yes. If you know someone that BSC, we're just going to say BSC. If you know someone that's BSC, and for those that have been listening for a while going forward, and so I'm not going to, I got to refrain from cussing on the air. It's not appropriate. So we're just going to say BSC. If you know of a guest that it would be BSC, or if you know someone, or if you are BSC, please give us a call. We'd love to hear from you. And actually, we're setting up a new email, because John is going to help us in booking guests, because it's just so much for me to try to keep up with. But, so we'll get those emails out, but yeah, I'll share that with you. So if you know anybody, reach out to us. You can currently send an email to listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. That's listener.themidnightocean@gmail.com. Or, of course, during the show, you can chime in here and give me their name, and we'll get in touch with them, or John will get in touch with them. But, yeah, crazy. See, I'm in fear for you, because what's going to happen, Debbie, is that they're going to... If
I disappear, I want you to save all documentation.
Yeah, I was going to say, you might disappear. And I don't want that to happen. That would be bad.
Well, yeah.
It's not good. It's not good for listenership when my listeners get abducted by aliens. Now, if you do get abducted by aliens, make sure I'm the first one you call. Did you hear that, Debbie?
I think I have been several times already.
Well, call me when it happens.
If we get a phone up there, I will.
We'll get you on the air. We'll get you. And that goes for any other listener. If you have the desire to fly an airplane over Area 51 or some government installation, call me. I'll be glad to talk to you on the air live. And if I can bail you out, I will. We'll put together a little fund to help bail you out of the hoosh cow.
Wow.
So, wow. What a great show. What did you...
This stuff was tripping me out tonight. There was a lot of action, Jeff. I couldn't believe it.
That's crazy. So, like I said, we have the party lines open. If anybody wants to join, the number is 267-930-4000. Make sure you type in the access code of 148259939. That's 148259939. We're going to, we are going to fire up the hybrid. We're going to bring that back online. I got to get those SIP trunk and all that, and for you guys, so that way we can take calls. But before Debbie called in, I was telling you kind of the status. Part of the studio upgrade that we're trying to do, but it costs money. It's about $23,000. Part of that is the new board. The other part of that is a 12-line. I thought it was 8-line, but it's actually a 12-line hybrid system. So that allows us to to have 12 phone lines. But what's really cool is that we can have Skype lines. So we can have 4 or 5 phone number lines, like phones, and then the rest of them can be Skype.
Oh, well, that's cool.
So, yeah, so you can just, and what's really cool is you can just call into one like TMO listener on Skype, and then you can go into any one of those channels and for Skype. So that gives us 12 phone lines, and that's part of the upgrade. That's part of the piece of equipment that we have to purchase here to take us to the next level. But, I'm debating. I don't, I'm, a lot of people are like, yeah, you got to put it out there on one of the, GoFundMe pages or whatever. I don't know. I'm just, we just started I was going to tell listeners that if you go to the affiliate page, if you go to the midnightocean.com, if you're on your phone, scroll down to the menus and you're going to see under resources affiliate. We are starting to add affiliate information there. Like we got a great, and I will tell you this. Everybody that is listed as an affiliate or a sponsor of the show are people or products that I personally use and I endorse. You will never see a product or an endorsement on the Midnight Ocean from a product, a service, or a person that I have not personally spoken to or I personally use. You have my word and my promise on that. I'm not going to endorse things that I don't use just to endorse things. I'm only going to endorse stuff that I use. And right now we have A2 Hosting, which is my hosting company. I've been using them for 15 years. They have hosting services in the United States. They also have them in Greenland. And if you guys have been listening to the show, there's been a couple times where we've had to move our servers over to Greenland. For various reasons. When I posted out the NSA hack, how to see if the NSA was monitoring your iPhone, we had some issues. So we moved the servers over to Greenland. And, since we've moved them back though, and, great bunch of guys. When you run a site, my site's never been down. And I've been doing business with these guys for 15 years, at least 15 years. Well, I think realistically 12. I have to go back and look. When I opened up my first hosting account with them, I've got over 32 domain names hosted with them from various companies, friends, family, stuff like that. So that's one of them. We got A2 Hosting. The other one, we got FreshBooks out there, that's our accounting system. Sandy and I used Peachtree and QuickBooks and all that, and we love FreshBooks. They're an online service, so we have a link. So if you need accounting services, want to keep track of, if you're a small business owner, we use FreshBooks, and it's awesome. It's good stuff. And then we have Paladine Press, which of course that's where I buy my sniper. I love to shoot guns, and I buy a lot of my gun shooting books from Paladine, which is another one. So, yep. New services. Hopefully we'll get enough people who will use those product services and, help us with that we can raise enough money so we can get our new studio equipment and such. So that's a good one. Oh, I forgot Custom Inks. I just went out there myself. Custom Ink is another one that we use, which actually they're the guys that are working on our t-shirts and our mugs that we're giving out to Midnight listeners. So, well, Debbie, it looks like it is getting long in the night.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
May as well go to sleep. This will go on all night, and I'm not going to stay up all night.
Yeah. Well, you should be used to it.
Well, yeah. I am by now.
You should be definitely used to it. So I saw John. John, hey, Jeff just joined. Sorry. So, John, did you have a doppelganger? Because you've been in the chat room all night chatting. That's funny. He just acted like he just joined. I'm like, wait a minute. Does he have a doppelganger?
What's a doppelganger?
It's his evil twin.
Oh, yeah, I've heard that.
So supposedly everybody's got a doppelganger out there. But John's been interacting with people in chat all night long, but he just wrote an email that says, I just joined. It's like, what? What do you mean you just joined? Yeah, you've been chatting to people all night long in the chat room. So maybe it was his evil doppelganger. And
oh my God.
So tomorrow's show, let's go ahead and take care of a little bit of business here. Tomorrow's show, really cool. We're going to have Beth Leone is going to be joining us. She is a Tao priestess. She's a 5th degree black belt and meditation guru, Taoist guru, Tai Chi, everything. And she's going to be joining us tomorrow for Friday, which, by the way, is my birthday. Well, actually, today's my birthday. Today's the 21st, right? Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Yep, today is the 21st, which is officially, I am 47 years old today.
Jeff, you're a baby, okay? Hey, I'm pushing 60.
I don't feel like a baby, but hey, I do feel, I will tell you this, Liver Medic, I'm telling you, I'm, that stuff is working. Holy smokes. That stuff is working. I am shocked. I don't want to discuss people and stuff, but I can tell you without a doubt, there has definitely been some physical changes, and they've been for the good with the Liver Medic. I can understand what. Yeah, the Liver Medic products and stuff. Yeah, he's got me. There's two things. I'm doing a liver detox, like cleansing of the liver. But the other thing is that Brandon, who actually we're going to start doing a health segment every week where Brandon's going to come on. And I don't know if you heard that. He did it during a break. I put it up there. But he's got me taking a product. He's got me taking his Heptabin product. He's also got me taking the following got code. Apparently did not see me. No, you should be able to call in. There is no code, John. You just call in. I don't have to accept you. You just call in and speak. It's a party line. I don't have any control over it. John's trying to get in. And then Sarah Pates, which is another thing. But the main one is this Candia product that he has me taking. I have it right here up by my computer because I take it when I come in the studio. Wow. And the thing. The Candia is actually a fungal fungus that all of us have in our body, and we all have it, and it lives off of sugar and yeast, and that's what it lives off. So, what are the two things that people who are trying to lose weight have a hard time getting rid of? Sugar and bread, right? So this Candia will kill the sugar, or this Candia complex will kill the Candia, which craves sugar and yeast. That's why you have a craving for those things when you're trying to lose weight. And I will tell you, what my doctor, and you have Candia, there's a test that you actually spit in a glass of water and you watch. And if your spit springs out, you'll see that is the fungus in your saliva. And I did that test and I was like, and I have it. You can Google it. Candia is actually spelled, C-A-N, let me make sure I get this right. C-A-N-D-I-D-A. And you can, thank you, possums. You can, I'll just, you know what? I can put the chat up. I didn't even think about that. So you guys can see the chat. So I'll just put the chat up. So the Candia. Wow, that doesn't look that good. Let me fix this. I will fix the color real quick. See what this looks like. That's the thing about having. There we go. That's much better. So, but the Candia is a fungus that everybody has it. And what happens is if it gets out of control, what it will do is it will interact with your body and say, look, I need more sugar, or I need more wheat, I need more bread or whatever. And it is amazing. And I've gone to my doctor because right behind my ear, I thought I had psoriasis, right? Which is a skin condition, like a drying of the skin.
Right.
I have been taking, most people have it. Most people, especially older people, get psoriasis.
My granddaughter, father has it.
Well, I've taken now since Monday, I've been taking this Candida complex, and I will tell you the spot behind my ear's gone. Gone.
Wow.
Yep. And I'm going to my doctor next week for a physical, and I am definitely going to, because he knows what it is, and I'm taking this in with me. I'm going to say, here, check this out. This is what got rid of it, because he checks that. He you
know how much that costs, Jeff?
I do not know. Obviously, you can go to Liver Medic. I mean, the price that I'm sure I paid was probably different, but if you go to livermedic.com, and we'll have a link. Right. We're going to have a link. We actually found a way in which on YouTube and stuff, we can promote product without getting dinged. They have a policy that you can't, but now they allow us to do it. So we're going to be putting together a bunch of like advertising and stuff like that and stuff, and we'll get that out there. But if you go to the Midnight Ocean tomorrow, we'll have a banner up actually for Liver Medic. And what I'm doing is for each one of these products that support our organization, I'm doing an actual write-up on the product, like why. And so, it's just not me saying, hey, go out there and buy it. I'll be, telling like on FreshBooks, hey, look, Sandy and I have been using FreshBooks now for 2 years. We used Peachtree, we used QuickBooks, Quicken, all that stuff. And for years in our business, and we switched to FreshBooks 2 years ago, and we love it. It's the best piece of software that we've ever used for our accounting service. So, we're going to be writing up stories and stuff like that. There.
That's good.
So, yep. Oh, well, it looks like, Deb, it looks like it's just me and you.
I'm quite concerned here.
What's wrong?
Oh, I don't know. It's just awful funny. I'm concerned with Facebook. It's awful funny, their reaction.
Oh, I don't.
Found out
yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're going to have the feds come after me or something. I don't know. I'm getting kind of creeped out.
Yeah, Facebook.
What happened tonight was really freaky. You got to get on Facebook and try to save it, the conversation or something.
No, the conversation's there. It's in the comment section. What happens when you're not chatting in Facebook, you're adding comments to the video.
Oh, it's going to be a lot of them, Jeff.
Let me go see. It's all right.
I want to tell you now.
I don't mind. I don't mind. I mean, if you want, I think
thought everybody could hear me. I was commenting about the show and then commenting about this stuff going on, and
yeah, that's what it's there for. So it's there for comment. I mean, other people that were watching on Facebook. I mean, we had other watchers, so I'm surprised. Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Took me a while too. Yippee, me too. Good show.
Well, it was bizarre. I was watching it, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing, Jeff.
Yeah. Huh. Wow. So, all right. Yeah, I'm out there on Facebook. There ain't nothing out there. Well, I don't know. Zuckerberg and his police might show up at your doorstep. Who knows?
Who knows?
You never know.
You never know.
Say hello to him for me. Give him my number. Tell him I'd love to get him on the show. I've got some questions. I got some questions to ask him. I got some hard hitting questions to ask him, and I definitely will not be lenient. And so, I used to tell, it was funny when my programmers, when I had my developers and stuff, and I'd always hear, because we're Linux guys, right? We're all Linux operating system guys and stuff. And I'd hear them complain about Bill Gates and Microsoft. And I always used to say, don't complain about them, because if it wasn't for Bill Gates or Microsoft, none of us would have jobs,
Exactly.
And, and even Facebook, as much as Facebook, you got to remember, Facebook is a private entity. Now, yeah, they're gathering your information, but they do have value in the sense it allows us to communicate. Because Debbie, I would have never met you. I would have never met John. Right. I would have never met anybody, right? Even with YouTube, The people that I've met, I've met through social media. So as much as we complain about them, and I'm not an advocate for them and don't think I'm a shill for them either. There are things that I don't like about them because I do believe, I know that they have selective memories when it comes in, and they apply their policies selectively.
Certain things are.
Yeah, if they don't like your message or what you're saying, they get rid of you, and stuff. But it is their platform, right? It's their home. You're at their house, and if they don't want a certain particular guest, I guess they have to do it. Oh, by the way, Possum is telling Deb. Possum in the group says, "Tell Deb to put your phone number on her roof." There you go. Put my phone number on your roof, Deb. I'll give it to you.
I'll give her a ring when I get up there.
Yeah. Well, no, so they can call me. So when they're over there, say, hey, you, if you can see this, call.
Okay, sounds like a good idea.
If you can see this, call. He wants to talk to you. He wants an exclusive interview with you. And no, that's actually a pretty good idea.
I know I've kept them entertained, okay?
That's right. Oh, Lord. It's, we got to get MUFON out there, Deb. We got to get MUFON out there.
Something's going on here, Jeff.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. I don't doubt you one bit. I mean, I see all the chats coming up now from other people. What on
Wow, that was quick.
Are you on YouTube or are you on, where are you at?
Facebook.
You see chats on?
Everybody else's chats just came up on the screen.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Batshit crazy. I'm crazy too.
I see. No. What it is, this is the YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. The chat came up
because I put it up there. I can show people the YouTube chat. I can't show people the Facebook chat. There's no way of doing that. But I'm showing. So what I'm doing is I put up the YouTube chat so people can see it.
Oh.
Yeah.
So it just popped up there and go, wow.
Yeah. No, I did that. You're watching on YouTube. Yeah, I don't have any way of doing the Facebook.
Well, I'm watching on Facebook.
Yeah, because it's feeding. I have the screen feeding the YouTube chat to live. So what happens?
Yes.
What happens is anybody in YouTube types something in, it shows up on the screen that you're watching, just like Seattle.
Yeah, Possum says, tell Deb to put your phone number on her roof.
There you go.
I'll do that. I have a metal roof. It ought to work quite well.
Paint it. Go ahead, paint it. I'll buy the paint.
Exactly. I got the paint.
All right. Put it up there.
I think I'll do bright white.
Yeah. You got to put it in there. If you can read this, call Jeff. Number, blah, 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 blah. I wonder how many pilot calls we're getting. I don't know what would happen if an alien called in directly. I can promise you one thing: you won't be watching it. You won't be watching it on YouTube or Facebook.
They don't do that, Jeff. I don't think they do that.
See, that's the thing. I tell you, that's why I could never be an alien. Because I would take the Paul approach. You know, Paul, have you ever watched Paul, the alien? I'd be like him. I would be doing prank calls. I would be messing with you. I would be like calling the president. I'd be calling Putin. I'd be calling and just doing like prank calls. If I had that kind of, that's why I would never make a good alien.
Possum says, good show. Thanks to you both.
Glow in the dark duct tape. Glow in the dark duct tape. No, I'm serious. If I was an alien and I had that kind of power, I would be calling Putin. I'd be calling the president. I'd be calling everybody and just like prank calls saying, yeah, pizza's here. Domino's.
Yeah, really.
Pizza's here. Who's going to pay for this? It's like, how'd you get this number? And then they change the number and then you would call that number again. And you were like, hey, look, man, you can run, but you can't hide. This is Domino's. I want my $15 plus tip.
Really?
Yeah, I'd just be messing with them. That's why I'm saying I could never join the Galactic Force, because they would definitely not let me in control of that type of equipment. I'd like buzz. I'd buzz the White House. I would park it. I'd park my ship right on the White House lawn, come out like Richard Nixon, Tricky Dick, with my fingers up in the air. I'm not a crook.
Make sure you got your strut, Jeff.
Yeah, that's it. I would. Yeah. Oh man, we're getting kind of goofy here as we roll into the night. But Deb, my friend, you take care of yourself. You be safe now. But if you don't hear from me, you know what happened. Well, I was getting a little concerned because I was looking for you in the chat room because I did say hello in the chat room on Spreaker and I didn't hear from you. But I just figured something was up. But you were on Facebook. I was on Facebook. So, all right. Well, it is getting that time. We're going to say our good nights, Deb. Good night. Hey, you be safe, and I'll talk to you tomorrow, right? All right. You have a good night, Jeff. All right. Good night. Bye now. So there you go, Deb, our resident UFO experiencer. Every night, guys. Can you imagine? Every single night she sees these objects and these helicopter-like objects trying to chase them off there. She's in Seattle. And we have put her in touch with MUFON, and she is hopefully going to be working with them within the next couple of days. And we can get some credible witness video. Not saying she's not credible, just saying that we can get it on video. Who knows? She might be famous. I'll have her on as a guest. We have her on a guest pretty much every night. So, talk about guests. What a show with Neil Slade joining us. That was awesome. What a great conversation we had there. And I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then, like I said, tomorrow we're going to have Beth Leone. You're going to be joining us. Leone is going to be joining us. She is a Taoist princess. She is a martial artist extraordinaire. She is a 5th degree black belt and not someone you want to mess with, but she's very well known. And she's going to be joining us, and she's going to be talking about different aspects of Taoism and Qi and healing and all sorts of things. It's going to be a great conversation as well. I'm really digging this new format. What do you guys think? Like the new video backgrounds that we're doing? I think it's really cool. I think it adds a little bit of value to the show. But like always, I have to say a good night, good evening, au revoir. I thoroughly enjoyed it. David Slade joining us, talking about the tickling the amygdala. That was interesting. I'm definitely going to go out there and look at his websites and download the music so I can practice music for ESP. That's going to be really, really cool. I'll let you guys know how that works. But like always, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for our listeners, our guests, everybody out there that helps put the show together, the supporters of the show. We got Brendan over there at Liver Medic. We've got Scott Lemriel there, who has done a generous donation to keep us on the air, to keep us going. And thank you, Scott. We appreciate your efforts and the things that you do. Jeff Hayes, I want to give a shout out to my buddy Jeff Hayes, who's actually a sponsor of the show. So his sponsorship, like I said, that's how we keep the lights on around here. And so Jeff Hayes, with his generous contribution as well, is just incredible. And we appreciate it. And like I said, guys, God provides. He puts people in our path when we need them. Not when we want them, but when we need them. And I think it's all because of this one concept that I've become. Instead of hate, dire, and despair, I can tell you, just be love. That's all you got to be. Just be what my good friend Ed Roman says, be love.
is up with us all. The scars that you get each day make you stronger somehow in some way. Look for your own truth in your heart when it's bold. You know, it may seem like a coda, but I learned it from my Baba. It's not what you believe, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you're doing now. Of an inch. And loving now is one. It's supposed to be a cinch. Be a messenger. Be a radical. Be love. Be a messenger. Be a radical.
With Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.